Barry Woodford is the man in the red and black car. Just watched. Ooh, bit of a twitch from the back there. And Jed a bit more sedate now, heading towards the top edge. And twitch will slow down.
Yeah. The Flying Pfeiffer. Oh, drive through tire brake.
Stand by for a 6, folks. Here it comes, and
oh, it's a new PB for Colin Miller. Right. The foot one, and 6.94.
Yeah. Yes, very good, very entertaining, and of course he is now #1 qualifier.
He is. That's the key.
1.4 seconds quicker than the previous #1, which was Ginner with the Fulton. So the gold Anglia goes through at 11.1.
Proper chassis twisting launch off the line. Pulled him slightly right, but gathered it up. 11.07, 117. We know that car's got more than that in it. Stood slap bang behind the car. He's pointing slightly right. Let's see what he's got. Oh, big wheel spin off the line. So obviously that run won't work the way he wanted it to. But that means he's generating a serious amount of power.
Big smiles on the faces down there. I think they enjoyed that.
You bunch of nutters.
In the left-hand lane, sorry, Kestrel lane, with Trigger's broom. I love that. And Steve Garner is the man with Sonic Attack in that slick shot dragster in the right-hand lane, looking very, very close to them. Almost identical start line reaction times for the pair of them. And how they do.
1080 for which he races in national competition. He bought this for a bit of fun. But if Alan's selling something, it normally means he's got his eye on something else. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, if you pop into the rough diamond pits, it's cracking. 896, 151. Ian Wilde goes 1268. Put in one
so
run
this is
yesterday.
actually Mick Gledo
It is
here,
Mick,
is it? Oh wow. Well, Mick has been around drag racing ever since it started. The Gledos are the Motorcycle family who's been around all that time. And runs through, he hasn't lost anything, has he? 9.22, well done. The Wild Bunch, great to see him out here. So Dave Schumacher just easing his way into driving the car.
Right, James Ord, high 12 probably. Well, low 13. 13.14 at 101.
I think. And runs 9.5 seconds. Hey, look at these two. They should just ease in a bit and hold hands going across the finish line, shouldn't they? Look at that.
0.9 between them at the stripe, yeah.
My God. Oh, that was lovely.
Skippy goes through with a 10.04, pretty close to his PB of 9.88. Jim, 11.93, but Good morning, everybody. It is day 3 of the Hot Rod Drags here at Santipod Raceway, and it is eliminations day for Outlaw Anglia for Gas Circus. The Wild Bunch will be doing their own thing. Supercharged Outlaws will be coming down. We've got the 100E Challenge drivers doing their thing. We've got Nostalgia Superstock having a bit of fun, and of course, Run. Well, we've got a news story that's literally just come through, and we'll we'll get to that in a moment. But this is Colin Miller, your number 1 qualifier, went 6.94, going alongside Doug McClure, 10.33. Now then, the young man down there, Aaron Springford, had a whale of a time driving this car, but looking at the back of Colin Miller's car is a very, very dejected but lucky Jed guy, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment. So, Colin Miller and Dougie, heads up. No nitrous run here for Colin. And he's going to go 8.23 at 157 miles an hour. Dougie go 10.63. All right, next up then, Dave Pearce and Rob Stone. Rob qualified in the number 4 spot with an 8.36. Dave with a 9.53. Very good field, very good entry indeed this weekend for Outlaw Anglia. So Rob Stone heading towards the stripe. He went 8.36 in quali. What's he got for us this morning? 8.54. So Rob through to round number 2. Dave goes 9.96. All right, this time we get the board. Hi, Tina. Yeah, we got it this time. And of course, let's not forget, on Gary Bird's team, it is Georgia's birthday on Tuesday, so many happy returns to Georgia on Tuesday. So Gary Hill going alongside Wayne Power. Well, Gary Hill should have been alongside Jed Guy, and that tells you everything you need to know. Jed, unfortunately, broken. Oh, Gary Hill puts a cherry on the tree. So Wayne gets the win. Comes in as an alternate and gets the round win. So Dave Rushforth has actually just been in touch. Dave, a very good morning to you. Can you give a big hi to Ben Rushforth and the crew from Mum and Dad watching from home? Unfortunately, under the old COVID at the moment, so wishing you all very well there. Now, basically, Jed Guy, the story from Jed this morning, they had a split in the cam belt. Didn't want to risk running the car because that would have been catastrophic failure and damage. So commiserations to Jed not being able to take part in eliminations today. And that's basically allowed Colin to start, well, not early celebrations, but it looks like the championship will be Colin's. Gina going alongside Ben Kennedy, and it'll be Gina to the stripe first with a lovely 8.50. Ben goes 9.55. Right, Mark Bracking comes in as an alternate. Rob Brindle should have been racing Gary Bird. Gary Bird, my goodness me, what a driving job from him yesterday. Towards the stripe, got way out of shape, crossed the centre line, got up on one wheel, I think it was in the end, but managed to save the car. Brilliant recovery, but not making it down for eliminations this morning. So Mark Bracking gets in as an alternate. So Rob Brindle went 8.92 in quali. And Rob Brindle goes red. So Mark Bracking gets the win. So the two alternates. So rather bizarrely, the two alternates that have come in are progressing into round 2 eliminations due to their opponents going red. Right, this is Ben Rushforth. Mum and Dad tuned in at home. Once again, a very good morning to you. I hope you recover from the COVID as soon as possible. But a big shout out to Ben and the whole team from the family at home. Going alongside Spencer Tidswell, the Battle Axe Warrior, taking on Short Trip. Well, Ben wired to the tree there, 0-4. Spencer getting very close to the wall, but kept it away. Ben takes the win with an 8.91. Two pairs to go. Next up, Simon Barlow and Rob Nixon. So the Beast ran 7.61 in qualifying yesterday. Rob Nixon at 9.62. So Rob just bringing the car up to the line, and Jason Yates up front, bringing Simon up to the line. Here we go then, Outlaw Anglia, round number 1, the penultimate pair. And it is Rob Nixon that goes red. Simon Barlow powering through. 760, 179. Right, last pair, Martin Payne and Mick Taylor. Unfortunately, just a little bit of fluid in the auto-clim lane, so just shut up. They're going to have a little track check out there, but it is the last pair of Outlaw Anglia. Tucked round the corner, we got Gasser Circus lined up, and pretty much the same story in Gasser Circus as it is in Outlaw Anglia. Basically, Outlaw Anglia, whoever goes furthest in eliminations becomes the champion, and obviously with Colin Miller through, and unfortunately Jed Guy not being able to make round 1, subject to full confirmation obviously, we think Colin Miller has taken the title there. Gasser Circus, pretty much the same story there. We got two guys fighting this one out, Billy Jones and Ray Irish. They are opposite sides of the ladder, which makes life interesting. Ray Irish qualified, well, he was qualified number 1. He hit his dial in perfectly, but Katie Booth pulled one out of the bag and put all the zeros on her dial in, and she took that #1 spot. Billy Jones qualified #6, but say they are opposite sides of the ladder. Basically, whoever goes furthest in eliminations between those two will end up as the Gasser Circus champion for this year. So all to play for in Gasser Circus when they come around. But as I say, we have got one more pair in Outlaw Anglia. Obviously the Wild Bunch will be coming down, and we've also got obviously the match racing between Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond. So look forward to seeing how they got on today. It was 2-1 to Keith Bartlett yesterday. They had a rerun after the third race, as they both went red and got a little bit confused between themselves on the tree. So they came down for a rerun, and when the rerun was done, Andy Bond went 0 for red. So Keith Bartlett ends up winning 2-1 yesterday. See what happens in today's episode. Obviously lots of Run What You Brung today as well. Good mix of vehicles on site. And we will be running up until 5 o'clock this afternoon. There is a lunch break at 1 o'clock today, just for half an hour. And just before that lunch break, we will be having the Firestorm Jet Funny Car running. Oh no, apologies, different time. Firestorm will be running at 5 to 12 today. The lunch break is at 1 o'clock for half an hour. And then the Firestorm Jet Funny Car will be running at around about 3:15. A very good Crackle Fest last night. The yesterday's Dreams Fueler was part of that. Was the last one running, and that will be running twice today as well, at 12:15 and at 3 o'clock in the show car paddock. Don't forget to visit the NSRA stand as well. Get hold of the latest merchandise. Unfortunately, I think they actually sold out of the 34th Hot Rod Drags t-shirts. But they've still got plenty of other stuff, and don't forget, if you need to renew your memberships, you can pop down and do that, and I need to go and do that for myself. So they are by the crossroads in the right next to the pairing lanes. So the last pair then in Outlaw Anglia just started up. Mick Taylor and Martin Payne. Mick will be coming through into the Autoglim lane, Martin into the Kestrel lane. So as I say, last pair there, Martin Payne, the Great Barbarian, lining up in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Mick having a few directional issues yesterday. Needs to keep it in the groove and in his lane. Great for Mick this time out. Goes 36, 166 mile an hour for the win. Martin goes 963 at 141. So the Outlaw Anglia Eliminations round 2 ladder looks like this. Colin Miller will be taking on Mark Bracking. Rob Stone taking on Ginner. And then Wayne Power taking on Ben Rushforth. And Simon Barlow will be racing Mick Taylor. Right, this is Gasser Circus, round number 1. First pair, Simon Glenn, Jason Hollandby. This is dial-ins, don't forget. Leaving first will be Simon Glenn, 11:45. Jason Hollandby with the jumping jalapeno, 10.58. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. So who's doing the better job of the strike? It's close, and it is by 0.4 of a second. Simon Glenn, and look at the ET, goes 11.46 on 11.45 dial-in. Jason goes 10.67. But it is Simon Glenn that goes through. All right, next up there, Paul Domini and Tom Margerson. The dial-ins then. Paul, 11.61. Tom, 10.69. So the Austin will go first, then Pop will chase. Paul Domini goes red. So that is a win for Tom. Quite a big red as well, actually, 0.16. So Tom Margerson will progress into round number 2. Right, your number 1 qualifier then, Katie Booth, went 10.30 with another 0 and another 0 after that. Was absolutely spot on. Taking on number 8 qualifier, Nick Hewison, dialing in 10.00. So Katie will be leaving first. Then it'll be Nick in chase mode, but only by 0.3 of a second. Well, the front wheels come up for Nick Hewis and Katie Booth out in front. Nick with some work to do, try to close that gap down. Doesn't do it. Katie Booth takes the win. 10.37 on a 10.30, plays a 10.20 on a 10 flat. Right, pick your 55 then. Adam Krasinski and Jason Pickett. Not so Melly Yellow will be leaving first with a 12.50, and then it will be Cherry Bomb that will be chasing down with that 10.99 dial-in. Right, just lining up Adam. No, not lining him up, pushing him back. Oh, what a shame for Adam. So it's going to be a solo then for Jason. Now he dials 10.99. He'll take it all the way through. He wants to see what the tune-up's going to do. He's been running between 10.9 and 11.1. This one is 11.1. 11.11 at 118 mile an hour. So there is Jason that goes through. Right, we've still got the 2 championship protagonists to come, and there's only 3 pairs to go, so we're going to see them very shortly. And here's one of them. Right, crucial time for Billy Jones, going alongside Chris Layron with the pop. Billy Jones dialing in 10.49. Chris Layron dialing in 10.45. Only 4 hundredths of a second between these two as they leave the line. But Billy Jones with this title fight with Ray Irish. Billy needs to win this, quite simple. Whoever goes furthest elimination basically is the champ. I don't know who is actually ahead on points. It's nothing, literally nothing between them. It's less than 100 points, and when you've got 100 points for a round win, that's where the difference is. Right, off they go. Well, you can see that Billy was wide awake club off the line. As long as Billy doesn't break out, he should be all right. 10.83, yeah, so Billy is through. The pressure shifts then to Ray Irish. He's going alongside Ray Turner and Green Onions. The Chevy will be leaving first, 10.84. And then Ray in the Willis pickup will be chasing him down, dialing in a 10.04. He needs the win. If he loses this race, Billy Jones is Gasser Circus champion for 2022. 10.84 for Ray Turner. He'll be leaving first. But he'll be down to Ray Irish to catch, pass, and lot breakout. But let's see if they get off the line first. Oh! Ray Turner goes red, so Ray Irish stays alive. The championship continues. Doesn't matter what they run now, 10.20. Plays a 10.91, but Ray Irish goes through. Right, last pair, Lee Pike and Patrick Hobbs. So it does continue. Well, look at that reaction time for Lee Pike, 007. But the win goes to Patrick Hobbs. 11.43 was the dial-in, went to 11.35. Problems there for Lee. And it is Patrick Hobbs that goes through. Right, so that is Gasser Circus done. So the championship fight continues. Right into the Wild Bunch. And be with you in just a moment. Right, I've had so many people come up and give me information. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Right, thank you very much indeed to, obviously, to Alan Martin, and also got some great information on one of the other cars that's running Run What You Brung, which I didn't know. And that will all obviously become relevant when the cars come round. This is the Wild Bunch. Apologies for missing Bobby Wright going through with his 997. Right, but this is Steve Garland with Sonic Attack number 2, going alongside Rich Butcher with the 4th Dimension slingshot. Well, they've actually put some numbers on the boards, which is good. 12.30 is what Rich is looking for. Steve Garlett looking for a 10.90. Mind you, they PB'd yesterday, 10.66. That's brilliant. Goes 11.09. Rich Butcher goes 12.50. James Auld and Mick Glenno, your next pair. The Little Fast Dragster taking on Jurassic Parts number 2. Now James looking for 13.30. Mick looking for 9 flat. Oh, there goes James. And there goes Mick. Uh, 13.35. Nice one there for James. Mick goes 9.59. Well, James only 500ths off his dial in there. Nicely done. So Rob Brown in Rebel, and so it'll be Pete Brown in Rathchild, the 2 slingshots for the brothers. So just looking for all the dial-ins. They're coming back. We know Rebel will be in the 8s. And I missed what Rebel is. Sorry, Rathchild. $11.33 is the dial-in for Rathchild. And $8.56 for Rebel. So Pete will be leaving first. Rob will be chasing him down. But it's all about running the numbers. $11.29 and $8.49. They both go a little bit too quick. 400s, well, I say 300s too quick there for Rathchild. And 700th too quick. So Wayne Colliver with Misfit in the Auto Glim lane. And it is Bill James with Rampage. So Wayne looking for a 10.50, Phil 9.55, 10.63. Oh, 9.55 for Phil James. It's his number. Very nicely done indeed there, Phil. So Andy Jackson with the Hammerman and Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Goes 10.97. Dan Wilson 10.25 on that 10.17. So good effort from both of them. Right, the hits just keep on coming with the Wild Bunch. So Dave Schumacher with the crewmen having a great weekend, to be fair. A debut in the Wild Bunch this weekend. A couple of passes, and then he was comfortable in the 11s, went 11.20, and then set his PB of 10.75 at 124, and he reckons there's still more in it, so he dials in 10.50 for this one. Going alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom, 10.80 is what he's looking for. Paul Tarry pulling away. 10.87 on a 10.80. Nicely done. Dave Schumacher goes 12.80 at 100 miles an hour. Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. And of course Skippy down there. He dialing in 9.66 with Chasing Time. $9.66 is the number for Skip, $9.80 for Jim. Skip goes 10.08, Jim goes 9.99. Right, Keith Crampton with the Saltown Shaker, 9.38 is his target number. Going alongside Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes, 9.30. Actually, I've got Terry Clifford possibly driving today, not Andy. But nevertheless, the dial-in is 9.30. So young Tom bringing Keith up to the line. .49 plays 9.39. Andy Clifford closer to his dial-in by 900ths compared to 1100ths from Keith. But nevertheless, good pairing. Right, next pair, it is that beautiful little slingshot down there. It's the Charles Banks Special with Gavin Mingley. Dialing in 11.70. Just waiting for the dial in for Brad. It's 10.98. Well, Brad's sitting there waiting patiently. Can Brad get into the tens again? $10.93 for Brad Cooper. $11.86 for Gavin Meanley as well. That was a cracking run, but Brad Cooper, $10.93. Only a tenth off his PB there. Well done, Brad. Right, next up then, it's Gary Atkinson with Time Lock number 2 and Mark Corsell with the Ball Breaker. Altered versus Slingshot, 9.60 for Gary and 8.14 for Mark. Good looking run here for Mark. 8.12 with a 9, just breaks out by, well, just over 100th. Gary Atkinson, 10.53, but very nice run indeed there for Mark. Right, Graham Rawlings and, of course, Happy Days with Rob White behind the wheel. Rob dialing in 13.19, Graham 9.90. $9.83 and a 13.54 for those two. Graham got there first, but a little bit under his dialing. Yeah, the Altereds are well and truly back here. Got Bob Morgan with The Beasting and John Sharrod with Never Say Never. Went 854, 147 mile an hour. John Darling in 8:35, Bob 10:19. Plays an 867. Bob only 300s off there, so nice run there for Bob. John having a bit of a wayward run, but 867, 156, very nice indeed. Schofield then with Rough Diamond. He's looking for an 896. And how on earth do you dial Gonzo in this weekend? Setting new personal best, going over 170 miles an hour for the first time in its history. The transmission woes well and truly sorted out. Seems to have forgotten the dial-in. Probably 770, but we'll have a look, see what comes up. No, not 1050, no way. Not going to be 1050. Yep, what? 750? Well, they're really going for it then if he's going for 750. Goodness me. That will be a monstrous PB. They went 760. But it's truth, if Gonzo could hit 750, standing. 767, 170. Again. And Alan Schofield goes 889 on 896, nicely done. All right, next up then, Paul Brown with a Roadster looking for 825. Next up, it is the first of three for Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond for our Sunday session. Keith Bartlett won that 2-1 yesterday. Much better run for Paul Brown this time. 857, 153. Well, it was 1-1 between Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett yesterday, going into the decider, and They both got a little bit confused by the tree and both pulled monstrous red, so they decided to rerun it. And when they did, Andy Bond went 0-4 red. So Keith Bartlett won their match race series yesterday 2-1. But let's see what they got for us today. Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat, Auto Glim Lane. Andy Bond with his Chevy in the Kestrel Lane. They can both run 10s. What have they got for us today? Well, the staging shenanigans, of course. So Keith just trickles it nicely there. Andy Bond. Gonna go in. Here we are. The tree goes down. Andy Bond gets the jump. Andy Bond looks like he's kept his nose in front here. Andy Bond takes the strike with a 10.20 against a lose-out 10.22. Very, very close between them there at the strike. So 1-0 to Andy Bond. So 2 more races to come from those 2 later on. Right, we are into Rub What You Brung. And let's have just check in on the timing schedule. I mean, basically now the time just coming up to 10:30 in the morning. .49, 11:75. Right, that beautiful Henry J down there, driven by Ian Dawes, and believe it or not, it's his 70th birthday today, so big happy returns to Ian Dawes. Henry J actually powered by a blown 392 Hemi, so that is a serious bit of kit in there. Getting out of shape as well. Ian Dawes celebrating his birthday in style there. Got very tail happy indeed, and broke traction in the end. 12.21 in the Auto Glim Lane, but that Henry J is just absolutely beautiful. The paintwork just glistening in any weather conditions, just absolutely beautiful looking car. So the blown 392 Hemi in there, and of course your driver there, Ian Dawes, 70 today, so many happy returns. He's just coasting down the shutdown area as we look round the back to see our next pair. Right, well, our next round of eliminations is at 11:30, and that will be starting things off with Supercharged Outlaws putting their first runs of the day in, and then it will be Outlaw Anglia. So you've got a good hour of Run What You Brung. The Fuelers Bar will open at 11 o'clock today. Oh boy, love it when people sort of get, shall we say, carried away with the burnouts. That's Anthony Mitchell with the Buick. So, well, that car was going really well yesterday, actually. A best run for them of 10.57 at 122. Today's lovely crisp conditions. .10.64, 122, not far off what they were yesterday. 13:36 and a 17:22. Well, a car that was absolutely flying yesterday was this man down here, Stuart Flitton, with the 100E. No, he's put a dial in of 10.45 on the back window. Went 9.73. It was an outstanding run yesterday. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there in the Kestrel beer lane. Joe goes through with a 10.53. But yeah, that was rather bizarre. But Stuart safely through there with a 10.53. But massive congratulations to Stuart over the weekend. Went 9.87 to break into the nines, first time ever. Skipped the 9.9s completely. Then improved that to a 9.83, and then to round up his day, 9.73. Absolutely outstanding. Right, next up then, Gareth Wong and Tim Evans. Gareth looking for a 9 flat. Tim, 11.99. That is a proper wheel stand, and follows up with a second one. I would imagine they may be investing in some wheelie bars in the not too distant future, because that first wheelie really did go high and still ran at 10.85 at 126. Tim goes 12.63 at 111, but they will just check the track, because obviously we don't know how low the sump is on that car. But that really did reach for the sky, and yeah, there's a little bit of fluid on the track, but that's when the car went up, not when it came down. So yeah, just a little bit of track grooming in the Kestrel lane. It looked like it could be fuel, as it seems to be evaporating quite quickly. But yeah, there will be a bit of a track check going on at the moment. Looking in the lanes, good mix of vehicles. Obviously, you've got a few more 100Es. You've got the 33 Willis. You've got Phil Mills with his Willis down there as well. You've got that 67 Nova. So yeah, very, very good mix of vehicles indeed. But just a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel lane. I don't think it will take long. But just very quickly for the time being, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves, and we'll be back with you as soon as we continue. Cheers. Now he dials 10.99, he'll take it all the way through. He wants to see what the tune-up's going to do. He's been running between 10.9 and 11.1. This one is 11.1, 11.11. That's where the difference is. Right, off they go. Well, you can see that Billy was wide awake club off the line. So as long as Billy doesn't break out, he should be all right. 10.83, yep, so Billy is through. Pass, not breakout, but let's see if they get off the line first. Oh, Ray Turner goes red, so Ray Irish stays alive. The championship continues. Doesn't matter what they run now, 10.20, plays a 10.91, but Ray Irish goes through. Right, last pair, Lee Pike. Well, look at that reaction time for Lee Pike, 007. But the win goes to Patrick Hobbs, 11.43 was the darling. $12.30 is what Rich is looking for. Steve Garnett looking for a 10.90. Mind you, they PB'd yesterday, 10.66. That was brilliant. Goes 11.09. Rich Butcher goes 12.50. Oh, there goes James. And there goes Mick. 13.35, nice one there for James. Mick goes 9.59. So Pete will be leaving first. Well, the track crew didn't take long to get that one sorted out at all, which is always good news. So here come our next pair. And sticking with the 100Es. Right, who's in the 100? Is it Tim today? Who's driving? Oh, issue straight away in the Kestrel lane. I don't quite know. They went to do the burnout and stopped it straight away. Well, 9.95 the darling in the Auto Glim lane. Right, you got Mark Wade down there in the Kestrel lane. Tim Bull driving today, just got that notification. Looking for a 9.95, gets a 9.93. Oh, outstanding pass there. A 13.95 there for Mark. But that was very, very nice indeed. Well, this beautiful Nova. I mean, I absolutely love this car. Going alongside what I call the Aussie Falcon. There's 13.14, 13.71. The Yellow Nova starting to get it good. Very good morning, Dave. You can hear me down there. No, too busy on his phone. Right, well, you fancy your pickup trucks, then these are nice and mixed for you. And I love the way you've got the tool chest in the boot there. Sorry, the bed. So you've got a 59 Chevy pickup in the lane. of smoke billowing from the truck in the other lane. The truck has actually slowed right down. Just coasting along at the moment. 16.19 at 81 miles an hour in the auto glim lane. But there certainly was a lot of smoke billowing in the Kestrel beer lane, so hopefully that's not mortally wounded. That will take the first exit. Clears the track, no problem at all. So on with our next pair. Well, you got Connor Hall with the Barracuda. But, we'll be mixing up in Nostalgia Superstock next year. Mustang before, so maybe he switched cars, but 12.78, 112. So you got Phil Moores down there with the 41 Willis and the 33 Willis in the Kestrel beer lane. Basically the 33 just running on motor only. Has got goodies to make it go quicker, but they're just running on the motor. I got 11.16, plays 10.66 for that pair. It's Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein Chevy, and Dave Mott with that 100E, absolutely beautiful looking vehicle, the Brickyard Slayer. And he's trying to get 12.80 is Dave. By 03 Custom, one of the best paint jobs I think I've ever seen. Dave Mott goes through with a 13.93. Can't remember who's got this car now. I should know because I've met the guy. Nice 871, 152. Right, the Dark Revenger, Dave Cherrett, going alongside Lauren Moles. A bit of a debate what time she actually ran yesterday, because I had her down 1691, but Lauren says no, my best was a 1740 yesterday. Well, I'm never going to argue with Lauren, so I'll take your word for it, but I did have down a 1691. My apologies if I got that wrong. You deserve a 1691. We'll go quicker than 1691, then it doesn't matter anymore. Dave Cherrett, well, is he going to uncork it completely and go 9.5? Is he going to run 9.9? I don't know, let's see. Oh, he's wide to the tree, 013, nicely off the line. And 10.03, he was concentrating on 9.90. Right, morning Steve, good to see you mate. Well, Lauren goes 17.26, so very nice one there for Loz. 17.26, we'll take that one. Even though she doesn't believe me on the other run. Right, now the news from down in the Wildcat team. The run that they put in yesterday, 7.64 was Darren's PB, but almost getting to the PB of the car which Tim Garlick ran, which was in the with a high 7.5. So let's see what they can do. The car twists on launch. This is one of those cars that once Darren launches it, his foot just, well, doesn't know how to lift. Let's watch this one. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off the line, unfortunately. That's going to hurt the ET a fraction. Yeah, 810, 172, but the wheel spin off the line only hurt it by a tenth. But I don't think Darren, although he went 172 at the strike, just that wheel spin off the line. ET that time. Scooby's Revenge, I do like that in Kestrel Beer Lane, the Willis. Going alongside the Pop in the Autoglim Lane. And that's 11.62, right to 13.56. Clayton with this gorgeous Nova. And thoroughly enjoying his weekend. Oh, what a great looking run this is. Are we going to be 10? Oh, 9.57, 141 mile an hour. I thought they were going to try and run a gas time there, but 9.57, and I think that was a final licensing pass as well. So well done to Pete Clayton. Yeah, I think that was it. Job done. Well done, Pete. Right, the Buick once again Anthony Mitchell, and this time it's Tory in the hot seat of Ain't No Saint, the Volvo. Now then, how many family members of the of the Johnson family can we get into the nines this weekend? Ellie went 9. Steve went in the 9s. Let's see how Tory gets on. This time round though, 14.01. Yeah, as I say, so Lee Johnston has been in the 9.9s, and he's been in the 9s. And we'll see what happens with the rest of the family. Right, okay. Hayling Island Garage team, my goodness me, what an awesome weekend they are having. Looking at their social media last night, they would love to get a 9.2 today. What a great weekend for that bunch. Always smiling as well. Really, really good. Okay, so a little bit of a shuffling around on the start line there. Ian was making sure that it's as pristine as possible. And we'll send this 30s Ford down the Autoglim lane. Our race classes will be back in the lanes in half an hour or so. In the meantime, we're having a look into the lanes to see Outlaw Anglia bracket is down there. So these are the cars that didn't qualify. And yeah, we've got the bracket coming around the corner. All right, 39 Ford. Now. That was an 1188, 121 miles an hour. Right, and this is the turn of the freight. Best this weekend is a 10.06. Oh, so close to the 9s. What has Mark hanging it in gear for a while before we change. 80, 20 mile an hour, I think that's what hurt the ET to a little bit there. Graham Rawlings back down for another one in the Wild Bunch Slingshot. God, that sounded good and strong. Goes through there with a 10.22. That's Graham. John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. Now they got into the 8s yesterday. Absolutely outstanding run for John. Car normally hangs around what, the 9192 mark, but obviously John skipped breakfast and everything and went into the 8s. What's he got for us today then? John Dalrymple, full tilt in the Castrol 8. Back to normal. Well done, John. Yeah, not pushing the boat out too far today, but that 8 was rather special. But back to where it should be. 9:36, nicely done, sir. Right, so I reckon this is the Outlaw Anglia bracket. It is indeed. And the first pair, Andy Cunningham. And I think that's Ben, but wait for him to come back. Oh, or not come back, as the case may be. Ben Kennedy being pushed back, unfortunately. He's still got forward gears, but I think he's got reverse. So they're now bracket racing. 9.35 the dial in for Ben. Andy Cunningham is a 10.96. So basically what we got here is a bracket for the cars that either got knocked out in round 1 or didn't qualify, so it keeps them racing today. So Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange will be leaving first. There he goes. And Ben sets break out nicely judged though. 10.97 on a 96 dial in. Ben goes 10.11, but it is Andy Cunningham. That advances. Nicely done. Right, next up. That's Pete Butler. Pete Butler going into the next round there. Right, looking to see what appears. It's going to be the tractor, so a little bit of sledding out there. All right, tell you what, take a pause from Seedings Up in the Tower. Let Nitro FM take over the airwaves for a moment, and we'll be back with you when we continue with the bracket then for Outlaw Anglia. Won't be too long. Well, the front wheels come up for Nick Hewis and Katie Booth out in front. Nick with some work to do, try to close that gap down. Doesn't do it. Katie Booth takes the win. Solo then for Jason. Now he dials 10.99. He'll take it all the way through. He wants to see what the tune-up's going to do. He's been running between 10.9 and 11.1. This one is 11.1. 11.11 win. That's where the difference is. Right, off they go. Well, you can see that Billy was wide awake club off the line. As long as Billy doesn't break out, he should be all right. 10.83, yep, so Billy is through. Catch pass, not break out. But let's see if they got off the line first. Oh! Ray Turner goes red, so Ray Irish stays alive. The championship continues. Doesn't matter what they run now, 10.20, plays a 10.91, but Ray Irish goes through. Right, last pair, Lee Pike. Well, look at that reaction time for Lee Pike, 007, but the win goes to Patrick Hobbs, 11.43 was the darling. $12.30 is what Rich is looking for. Steve Garnett looking for a 10.90. Mind you, they PB'd yesterday, 10.66. That was brilliant. Goes 11.09. Rich Butcher goes 12.50. Oh, there goes James. And there goes Mick. 13.35, nice one there for James. Mick goes 9.59. So Pete will be leading. Right, Spencer Tidswell. The Battle Axe Warrior. And of course, Aaron Bird. Debut of this car this weekend. Different power plant to come. So dials at 13.70. And then goes straight to 9.3. Whoa, Spencer getting the hippie shakes on there. Aaron Bird takes that one with 13.91. Spencer Wellhold though. Just looking at the diners, I think we got 8.90 in the Kestrel lane. I'll stand corrected. No, it is. That's Rob Brindle. Going alongside Doug McClure. Dougie Darling in the 13.20. He'll be going first. There he goes. And there goes Rob trying to chase him down. Oh, this is going to be tight, very tight on the stripe. And it is. Oh, it's a breakout. 12.07 for Doug. A little bit too quick there. So 9.07 for Rob Brindle takes that one. So some good matchups there. Andy Cunningham getting past Ben Kennedy. Pete Butler taking a win. Barry Woodford, although he left the line, unfortunately for Rob Nixon, got shot off. Aaron Bird got past Spencer Tidwell, and Rob Brindle there got to the stripe second, but Dougie broke out, got there first, went too quick. So Rob Brindle taking the win there. Right, back into Run What You Brung. It's one of our 100Es. So Sharon Carver going through there with the 12.58, 113. Right, it's the Aussie Falcon. Going alongside that Chevy pickup. You've got a choice of pickup trucks here. We've got the Chevy powered Ford, and the other side of the racetrack we got, well, I'm assuming a Chevy powered Chevy. Big thanks to Jason Whitney, who's just messaged me in some information I didn't know, so really appreciate that. Well done. Well, it's still billowing loads of smoke, but looks like the Chevy truck's going to get a lot further than it did last time out. The Ford pickup goes 12.09 at 107, and a 16.13 at 90 miles an hour for the Chevy. Right, well, once again, it is the turn of the old man. Yeah, why not? Brian Huxley having to go once again in the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota. Built and owned by Mark Huxley, but it is Brian's turn this weekend. Going alongside that lovely Camaro. Well, Mark was telling me that the tyres are nearly finished on the back of the Corolla, but that's not going to slow Brian down. He wants to go for it all the way. Oh, he's so close to that 9. Oh, 10.00. Well, it's a new PB for Brian, but oh, it was that much. He wanted a 9. It goes 10.00. Oh, maybe next time round. Maybe next time round. But that was superb. Well done, Brian. Well done, Mark. Well done, the Huxleys. 132 at the stripe. 10.97, 125 in the Kestrel lane. I was too busy looking at what Brian was doing. But, great stuff. I'll tell you what, Mark did exactly the same as me. We like celebrate the 10 and then go, oh, it was nearly a 9. A PB, but just short of where he wanted it to be. How about that? Right, we've got Jason in the Auto Glim lane. I don't know who's driving the one in the Kestrel lane. But these are seriously quick cars. Proper old school Fords. 10.19 and 10.43. 10.19, 141 miles an hour. There are cars that leave the line quicker, but those pick up speed tremendously towards the stripe. Outstanding stuff. Try Chevy, an old school Ford. I call it old school. They are. Ford pop from the, from 50s onwards. And of course the Chevy from the mid to late 50s. Coming up next, Nostalgia Superstock. 11.42, 120 miles an hour, and 13.96 at 89. Okay, so Nostalgia Superstock have managed to group themselves as much as they can in the lanes together, or is it just the watch shop that have all managed to come down en masse? But they have. They put some dial-ins and try and see who's the closest. Been a very good year actually for Nostalgia Superstock. One of the biggest classes in the lifestyle events. You know, you're reaching like 60 plus entries now, and next year we could see 70 plus. As we know more cars coming through. Right, Glyn Boardman down there with the Oldsmobile. Target for him, 9.80. Let's see what Glyn can do. I think he got the track to himself. So 980. Come on, Glyn. Goes 980. Hits his number, bang on. Very nice indeed there for Glyn. Put 980 on the back window, went 980 with an 8. Excellent job from Glyn. Really getting comfortable with the Oldsmobile now. Next up then, Dave Simcock. And other one is. It's one of the Watts family. .25 plays 11:04. Right, you got the chopped Morris Minor of Ian Smith appeared in the Auto Glim lane. And Phil Hobson, he's dialing in a 12 with his Nostalgia Superstock old Scalabolts, the Dodge. '66 Dodge, beautiful car that. So let's see if we can run a 12 flat. Goes 12.16, Ian goes 12.27. Well, Lauren went 17.26 on her pass. Not that long ago, actually, going alongside Dad Phil. Phil's been in the mid-10s. There goes Lauren. Phil just holding. Off he goes. Yeah, that's about right. Let Loz go past the 330 block, and then Phil will set off in pursuit. Phil gets 11.29. Now Lauren really did slow down at the stripe that time. 19.29. Not quite sure why she slowed down that much. All right, 33 Willis. That's starting to work quite nicely, actually. Going alongside the Fright, Mark Bull. Would love them to see a 9 appear on the scoreboards. 10.06 best this weekend. 10.71, 121, not so good this time round. 11.39, 113 for the Willis. And a couple of the Wild Bunch cars. Paul Tarry and Bobby Wright. So running out of session. But they're here for a good time anyway, so let's see how these two get on. Bobby, really starting to get a handle on this car. When he first appeared, it was running in the 12s, and then it started getting quicker and quicker, went into 11s, then it's 10s. Now he's in the 9s. A best now of 962. And a 10.74. So nicely done for the two Wild Bunch Altereds. Right, it is Tory behind the wheel of the Ain't No Saint Volvo Gasser. Soon to be in a toy shop near you. Yep, the Hot Wheels version of this car due out hopefully by Christmas. So let's see how Tory gets on this time round. I would love to see a 9 appear on those scoreboards at the end there, but she won't be disappointed with a low 10. Let's see how Ain't No Saint Volvogasser gets on. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 10. Oh, 1163, 123 miles an hour. Picked up the speed. But they'll be down for another run in a moment. Right, so we are back with the what you brung us, the Scooby's Revenge. Just hold on the line just for a moment. Many thanks indeed to Dopey for just popping up to the tower, giving us information for their runs today in Supercharged Outlaws. Unfortunately, just been pushed back from the start line. We are not far away, actually, from Supercharged Outlaws. We're not far away from eliminations round number 2 for Outlaw Anglia. And look at the car show over there. That's the first time I've had sort of crane my neck to have a look. It's immense over there. There's so many vehicles parked up. If you don't get a chance to have a look, you're going to miss out on a brilliant car show over there. It's not a full-blown official show over there, but if there's anything cool that's arrived at the premises today, they've parked up over there. And big thanks to the NSRA and obviously their members as well for bringing their cars up this weekend. That looks absolutely superb over there. Right, a couple of our 100Es. Stuart Flitton. My goodness me, what a weekend he has had. Unfortunately, haven't got the screens changed, but we're 10:07 there for Stuart, 12:61 the other side of the track. Terry Jones has just messaged me to say, can I please wish Steve Billing a very happy 65th birthday from all at UK Street and Strip. Well, consider that one done, Terry. Steve Billing, happy 65th birthday, buddy. Also had a message from Rory Hart to let me the broken steering arm. 06, 13:32. Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein 57 Chevy going alongside the Duster, the Hayling Island Garage team. Like every time they run, they're just smiling afterwards. The car is going superbly, looks incredible. Just waiting patiently for Simon to go in. There he is. Well, they're cutting lights as well now. 06 off the tree. 58, 139. Well, we're going a little bit backwards, but the ET may be slipping, but the reaction times are coming. So, yeah, it's an excellent job. But every run in the nines, car is going superbly. Well, I've just had a little Facebook post come up from Kim Harrison. Happy anniversary to Kim and Rod here this weekend. Married 46 years. Congratulations to Kim and Rod. Good news. Very, very good news. Right, well, I'll tell you what, you can take the radio waves over for a little bit longer as the Bluebird is out there. So, yeah, take the airwaves over. We'll be back with you shortly. Today's lovely crisp conditions. .1064, 122, not far off what they ran yesterday. .1336 and a 1722, 973. It was an outstanding run yesterday. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there in the Kestrel Beer Lane. So it goes through with a 1053. But yeah, that was rather bizarre. Gareth looking for a 9 flat. Tim 1199. That is a proper wheel stand and follows up with a second one. I would imagine they may be investing in some wheelie bars in the not too distant future, because that first wheelie really did go high and still ran at 1085 at 126. So Tim Bull driving today, just got that notification. Looking for a 995, gets a 993. Oh, outstanding pass there. A 13. Goes 1314, 1371. The Yellow Nova. Lane. Smoke billowing the other lane. Someone spoke that the truck has actually slowed right down. Just coasting along at the moment. 16.19 at 81 miles an hour in the auto glim lane. Well, we've got so much to come around the corner. I can see some of the Nostalgia Superstock cars down there. They'll be doing their own thing with their dial-ins. We got Outlaw Anglia Eliminations round 2, but before any of that, it is Supercharged Outlaws. And I believe it is Aaron Windridge behind the wheel today. And a very, very busy Roy Wilding. They dropped. Well, let's just say Roy had a fantastic day yesterday. Went 7.06 to set a PB. But then broke a couple of rocker arms in the process, so he had to go home and get some more because they didn't have any spares with him. So Roy went back to base, got the spares, came back. Aaron tries to take it to the 8th mile with a burnout. Just came up a little bit short, but I think that is an air of frustration from not being here yesterday and being stuck at work. But you absolute hooligan, Aaron. Going, as I say, alongside Roy Wilding. Now, Roy, oh so close to getting into the 6s. He is knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour. He has been 199. He'd love to go 1 mile an hour quicker. This weekend, though, 190. So we do actually have dial-ins. Aaron Windridge looking for an 8. Roy Wilding looking for 7.10. Well, they fixed the engine and everything on Roy Wilding's car last night, but they couldn't fire it up until this morning. Obviously to do obviously a fuel pressure test to make sure that all the bits are working, and all looking good. Right, so let's see how they get on then. Roy Wilding. Let me say that incredible 7.06 yesterday. What they got for us today? Well, Aaron trying to put an autograph down on the racetrack there. 7.23 for Roy, 198.89 mile an hour. But Aaron kissing the wall on the left-hand side. And yeah, exactly that. All over the place. I think he actually did half a mile that time. But that was certainly entertaining there from Aaron. But it's, well, driving it like an altered driver. I'm pretty sure he did just nick the wall with his rear tyre. But he wasn't giving up on it. Right, news from Dopey with Freddy's Revenge and, of course, Robbie Grabban behind the wheel. They debuted the fantastic funny car body, you know, the Avenger body yesterday. But they had an issue with the latch on the front of the body, and they weren't entirely happy with it, so they decided they're not going to risk it today, so they've gone back to the altered body. But Robbie, engine running, but can't engage reverse, so they're just rocking the car just to see if it's going to come in. If not, they'll have to push it back. Still be able to take the run. So yeah, just sometimes if the revs are too high or not everything is lined up properly, it won't shift, it won't come out of gear. So still got forward motion, which is the important bit in drag racing. So Robbie Grabham then, and let's see what he can do. He went 6.9 in this car on Friday. Their first ever 6. And he had to back out of that. He just launched it a little bit out of the groove. Well, got out of the groove, I should say, heading towards the centre line. Decided, no, I'm not going to cross it today. And goes 10 flat at 89 mile an hour. But basically, he looked at Aaron Windridge's run and said, well, whatever you can do, I can do better, and decided to have an entertaining run. But that's what Altons do. Right, so let's see who's next into the fun factory. It's Jim Usher with the Hemi Hunter, and it's going to be Gary Parks with Purple Days. Good strong burn out there for Jim, going past the 330. Gary doesn't burn out quite as far. Well, there goes the Grabham and Carter team to go and pick up young Robbie from the top end. So give him a cheer as they go by. Had a great weekend. Been entertaining in every shape and form this weekend. Driving it like he stole it in the last one. PB in the 6s on Friday and debuting the Avenger body yesterday, which went down an absolute storm. Couldn't get any better. So Gary Parks then, his target number 7.50. Jim Usher, new PB for him yesterday. Went 7.53. He wants a 7.65, but then I'll tell you what, if he sets another PB, he'd be happy. But having said that, the engine's not running. So they're going to pull him back. So it's going to be a solo for Gary Parks on this one. So I think we're going to try and slide Jim up and run it straight away. But let's see what Gary Parks has got for us. That's nice and straight. Be a 7 with some flavour. Yep, 7.63, 181 for Gary Parks. Nicely done, Gary. Went 7.52 yesterday. 7.50 was the dial-in. 7.63 on that run. Very consistent from the Purple Days team. Well, looking in the lanes, obviously we've still got Hemi Hunter below us, so going to try and get that one started up and run again. Got Ian Merriweather down there with Banzai. We've got Keith Freeman with El Loco. There's a few others there as well. Good looking run here for Jim. Went 7.53 yesterday. What's he got for us today? 7.45! Another PB for Jim Usher. 180 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh boy, the hits just keep on coming. And that was outstanding. Despite the pause before the run, got it going again. 7.45, 180 miles an hour. Oh boy, he's going to be extremely happy with that one. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Well done, Jim. All right, we get ready for our next pair. Keith Freeman and Ian Merriweather. Oh, nice burn out there from Keith Freeman. So Keith's target is 9.35. Ian Merriweather, 8.20 with Banzai. Right, let's see how they get on then. The Supercharged Outlaws have been absolutely outstanding all weekend long. Some of the numbers that have been run have been outstanding. Lovely wheels up launch there for Ian Merriweather. And he's going to get to the strike first. Great 20 goes 8.09. And how about Keith Freeman? 9.44, 143. But, Ian Merriweather, 8.09, 166. Lovely run. Right, Simon Boot. See how this one works out this time. I didn't even bother putting the bonnet on this time round, or the hood, whichever you prefer. Okay, the Camaro, the bootlegger Camaro, Simon Boot. Got a lot of traction off the line, then pedalled it, and then it went into wheel spin. But he's going A to B finally. 963, 154. Oh, thank goodness for that. That is a relief run more than anything else. And tell you what, to go 963 with a pedal, 154 to 60 foot. Yeah, that's not right. Yeah, you could probably go a bit quicker than that. But that was mainly due to the fact that he lifted the front wheels, put them down again, and then booted it again. So obviously the 60 foot was hurt there. But still, a 963, 154. Simon finally gets a run in, and I am so relieved for the team. Leo Knight brings the altered through its burner there. You can hear that engine hunting for fuel. Very distinctive. In fact, you got the same in the other lane as well. And that, of course, is the Thunder God of Des Taylor. So Des Taylor with Thunderguard looking for a 7.50. Leo just basically getting some runs in. We've got a target number for him. We did go in the 7s yesterday with a 7.70. Anything around that number would suit him fine. Well, both straight through down Broadway. Leo Knight goes 7.66. Des Taylor goes 7.78. Well, I said anything near 7.70 would be good for Leo, and he goes 7.66. So very, very happy with that one. And Des 7.78. Very good indeed. Side by side, 7-second altereds. Gotta love that. A few people say hello to. Good morning to Charlie. Good morning to Barry up on Backside VIP. Nothing can hear us over there. Stuart as well. Good morning to you lot. All right, let's see who's coming around the corner that way. Yes. Well, they had fuel pressure issues yesterday, but Wayne Allman with mental breakdown. Well, a very frustrating day for Wayne yesterday. So I do believe they had fuel pressure problems, and it turned out it was the pump that was at fault. But it did prevent them from running at all yesterday, but managed to get it all sussed. And Wade finally gets a chance to get a mental breakdown onto the racetrack. Breakdown. Wayne Allman. Massive bounce going on there. And as the chutes deploy, a very poignant moment indeed. I needed to wait for the chutes to come out to pass on that taking his last ride down the quarter mile on that run was Andy Williams. Andy remembered with the Wild Child dragster and Ain't Misbehaving. He also ran a Ford Pop back in the day called Quarter Pounder. But as the parachutes came out, the ashes were spread of Andy Williams, and a very fitting place, shall we say, for any drag racer to have their ashes scattered, and that is in a parachute run down the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. So Andy forever will now be here at Santa Pod Raceway, his second home, and massive thanks to Wayne Allman for carrying out the duties and the final ride for Andy. Better tell you about the run for Wayne. 7:35 at 179 miles an hour. Despite bouncing all over the place at the second half of the track, there was no way that Wayne was going to let off. And he really wanted those parachutes to blossom. So, well done, Wayne. Right, Robin Reed. Supercharged Nitro Daimler. What this car achieves with what is so little in the back, in the engine department, is quite staggering. Apparently they did have an issue, but yesterday, but got it all fixed again, and the car reappears today. Tag it on. Oh, lovely 108 to 60 foot there for Robin Reed, taking it all the way through to a 7:37 at 185 miles an hour. Well, that team have been working flat out. Well done, guys. Very, very good job indeed. Any time that you get that car to go that quick deserves full respect. But running nitro in a Daimler is not your normal mix. But there we go, 7:37, 185. Well done to Robin and the team. Good job they kept that car. I don't think it's ever going to part company with them, but obviously they do have the newer car, but that's wounded at the moment, and that will be back in due course. But very, very good session indeed from Supercharged Outlaws and some of our other cars. But we look into the lanes now to see eliminations round number 2 for Outlaw Anglia, and we do also have some of the Nostalgia Super Stockers down there. We have some of the Gasser Circus cars down there, and of course Run What You Brung. So it's a big old mix down there. Just looking to see basically who's coming around next. Right, just a couple of shout outs. Good morning, Barry. How you doing, mate? Can see you up there, and Charlie and Stuart and everybody else up there as well. A very good morning to everybody up there. Good morning, Hayley. How you doing, darling? Lots of love. And of course, I suppose I better say hello to Andy as well. Morning, mate. Yeah, thought so. Morning, Brad. There's a good bunch of people up on the backside balcony there watching everything that's going on today. So a very good morning to everybody that's up there. Good day here at the Hot Rod Drags. We're thoroughly enjoying, and actually the whole weekend has been thoroughly enjoyable. Some of the numbers being laid down by some of the people have been outstanding, and that's not taking anything away from people in Run What You Brung as well. They have been outstanding this weekend. We've seen plenty of personal bests from people just generally bringing their hot rods and customs and American cars up this weekend. Been exceptionally good. And once again, Hot Rod Drags for the 3rd year in a row have just been blessed with incredible conditions. Perhaps this is the time of year when everybody goes fast. It's not as stifling as hot as it has been all summer long, and it has been a hot one this year. Certainly been exceptionally dry as well. We got a bit of cloud cover today, but it has been a very, very good year indeed. It was very warm yesterday, a lot warmer than anybody expected. But yeah, Hot Rod Drags, one of the best events on the calendar, bar none actually. Alright, so Outlaw Anglia. Eliminations round number 2. Colin Miller and Mark Bracking. So Mark Bracking then, the East Coast Racing in Anglia, going alongside Colin Miller. But they're both being pushed back. What did I see? Right, just on pause just for a moment. Just waiting for word from the top end, I think. So I'll give you the pairings then for Outlaw Anglia round number 2 to set the semi-finals. Colin Miller, as you can see below us there, going alongside Mark Bracking. Then it'll be Rob Stone taking on Ginner. Wayne Wayne Power, who got in as an alternate going alongside Ben Rushforth. And then Simon Barlow taking on Mick Taylor. I think those clouds above us, as we saying about amazing conditions, I think we're just getting a tiny bit of moisture in the air. It's going to be very small. We just need that to clear away. And we'll be able to continue. Just looking also at Gasser Circus eliminations round number 2. Katie Booth will get a bye into the semi-finals. Jason Pickett will be taking on Billy Jones. Ray Irish will take in on Simon Glenn. And it'll be Patrick Hobbs against Tom Margerson. So looking at the way the points chase works out is that Billy obviously needs to get past Jason to stay alive. But likewise, Ray Irish needs to get past Simon Glenn. Tom mathematically did have a chance, but with both Billy and Ray winning their round 1 races, it basically prevents Tom from taking the championship this year. So that's what's to come. Also got the Outlaw Anglia bracket, and we'll see how those pairings work out. I've worked out who the winners were of each pairing, but I haven't seen a ladder, so I don't know how that one is going to work out. Just whilst we're here, just looking around, a person that certainly does deserve a mention, somebody up on the balcony there. Shirley, very good morning to you. Yeah, Shirley, good morning. Now then, there's a little story from Shirley. 55 years ago, she held the ladies' speed record here at Santa Pod Raceway, and she held that for 5 years. So that is a very, very nice thing to have on your resume. And of course, to hold a speed record anywhere is great, but at Santa Pod, very, very special, obviously. And in the notes here, this is quite interesting, and if we get time later on, see if we can find a few. She's basically said, tell a few stories about her racing. I bet. Everybody's got stories, but sometimes you want to hear them from a different era and a different perspective. So, yeah, Shirley, we need to have a chat. Definitely need to have a chat at some stage. Also, a team member for Mark Stratton as well. So there's plenty of memories that we can extract later on. But Shirley, a very good morning to you. Lovely to see you here this weekend, and I hope you're enjoying the hot rod drags. Well, you can see nobody's going anywhere. It's just a little bit lingering at the moment. Also, I think we got Wild Bunch there, not too far away as well, actually. And of course, plenty of Run What You Brung as well. Right, so we're good to go. Colin Miller, Mark Bracking. So it is midday here at the Hot Rod Drags. So Colin Miller looking to go into the semi-finals, needs to get past Mark Bracking here. This, I believe we've got a jet car due to come down. So Colin Miller going up to the line, going alongside, as I say, Mark Bracking, who got in as an alternate actually. Oh, Mark Bracking goes red, so it is a win for Colin Miller. Goes X12 at 150 miles an hour. Mark Bracking, a 10.21. Nice run there for Mark, actually. 10.21 at 131 miles an hour. Picked that moment to put his quickest run of the weekend in. this is a cracking matchup. Simon Barlow taking on Mick Taylor. It's the Beast and the Banshee. This weekend, Simon Barlow has the slight edge, but Mick Taylor can pull one out of the bag. He can go into the 7.7s. Mick would love to get the round win here as well. He's on nitrous, going against the supercharged pot of Simon Barlow. So the two Fords and vans then. Let's see what we got. Eliminations round 2, a spot in the semi-finals awaits the winner.
Taylor is away first. Simon Barlow's got his nose out in front. Hey, it's a cracking race. It's Simon Barlow with a 7.57 at 183 miles an hour taking the win. Mick Taylor goes 8.23 at 169. Right, your next pair then, it is Rob Stone taking on Ginner. They qualified 100th of a second apart. Rob went 8.36, Ginner went 8.37. There's nothing between these two in qualifying. This can be won and lost on the tree. It really can. Rob Stone's probably forgotten more than anybody else knows in Outlaw Anglia. Been doing this for so long. Ginner, very experienced racer as well. First, but not, no, in actual fact, it's almost dead even off the line. They're side by side. Looks like Rob's got his nose in front. He has an 8.38, 1.57. So Rob Stone goes through, but great weekend nevertheless for both of them. Both of them had 0.9 off the line. They were both 5.3 at the 8th. But then Rob started to pull away. Next pair, and it is the last pair. Wayne Power taking on Ben Rushforth. Once again, a big shout out to Mum and Dad at home, willing Ben on from there. Away club off the line there is Ben Rushforth, a 0.6 light. He's going to power on through there. Takes the win with an 8.85 at 149. Wayne Power goes through there with a 10.40. Semi-final lineup then is going to be Colin Miller taking on Rob Stone, and it will be Ben Rushforth taking on Simon Barlow. Right, just before we go into the lunch break, here at the Hot Rod Drags, it's going to be Firestorm, the jet car piloted by Roger. Crew chief is Helen, who will not let Roger get carried away. And a great entertainment machine, but puts on a heck of a show. And 6-0 yesterday, 6.04 was the run. And what have they got for us today? So Roger due to put in, I think, 2 runs today, actually. We've got this one now taking us into the lunch break. And we'll have another run from Firestorm
Around about 3:15 this afternoon. Well, I guess on Bankside VIP, and Shirley especially, have you seen the jet car run before from there? Have you seen the jet car run from there before? No, it's quite tame, it's quite quiet, you'll be all right. It'll be fine. So don't forget, half-hour lunch break. Once Roger's gone through. And here we go. The start procedure. Okay, here we go then. Firestorm with Roger Goring down there. Very good looking run indeed from Rog. Went 6:04 yesterday, goes 6:03 today. 265 miles an hour at the stripe. Beautiful looking run. They've got themselves a bracket jet car. Absolutely superb run. Well done to Helen, to Rog and the team as they head on to the top end to collect Rog. He's just turning around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, half-hour lunch break. We will see you soon. Well, see you in about half an hour. Lunch break, folks. See you in a bit. $12.30 is what Rich is looking for. Steve Garnett looking for a 10.90. Mind you, they PB'd yesterday, 10.66. That was brilliant. Goes 11.09. Rich Butcher goes 12.50. Oh, there goes James. And there goes Mick. 13.35. Nice one there for James. Mick goes 9.59. So Pete will be leaving first. Rob will be chasing him down. But it's all about running the numbers. $11.29 and 8.49. They both go a little bit too quick. 400s, well, I'd say 300s too quick there. So 10.83 goes 10.97. Dan Wilson, 10.25 on that 10.17. So good effort. Well, Paul Tarry pulling away. What's he got for us? 10.87 on a 10.80. Nicely done. Dave Schumacher goes 12.8. Well, Brad's sitting there waiting patiently. Can Brad get into the 10s again? I believe it went into the 8s. What has it got for us today? Right, Ellie wants to get into the 9s with the Ain't No Saint Volvo. Been a few years since she's driven it though, so just getting herself back behind the wheel, getting used to the controls. And of course she'll start to get quicker as things progress. That is a humongous wheelie there for the Camaro. Carrying on through, 10.84 for Ain't No Saint and 9.25, 161. But the Camaro really did lift those front wheels sky high. Stood the car up on its bumper and still went through with a 9.25 at 161 miles an hour. But looks like everything's good on the track. Wow. Strong car. Strong engine. Goodness me. Right. No drama. We continue. Wow. Sometimes when you see a car pull a wheel stand like that, it normally creates a bit of damage and can sometimes crack sumps and things like that. But no, all looking good. Right, into the Wild Bunch with the Wildcat down there. Going alongside one of the 100Es, not part of the 100E challenge, but certainly getting some runs in this weekend. This is really good to see. So let's see how Ian Wild gets on then. Wildcat goes through with a 12.13. And, well, that would have been a PB, but he'd already gone 12.06 earlier on this weekend. Best run coming into the weekend was a 12.38. Goes through with a 12.18, 13.36, 120 miles an hour. The speed is building nicely on the Chevy. There's smoke in the shutdown area from the CUDA. But I think they are A-OK. Just having a look to see who's going to come around to here. Good afternoon, Tony. Having a good stretch down there. A couple of our gas circus cars coming around. And you got Nick Hewison going alongside Chris Lover, and both of these were eliminated in round one of gas circus eliminations. So they're coming around for Run What You Brung, and a bit more fun as well. Why not? So Nick Hewison can run just into the 9s, and of course Chris Laram just getting used to the car. And 1020 plays 1077. Right, match-up number 2 of the day between Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond. Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat. Went 10.22 on his run this morning against Andy Bond, but Andy got the win. The better light. Right, so it is 1-0 to Andy Bond. Keith is here to equal the score. Oh, and look at that. Keith goes straight into stage. No messing about this time round. Andy Bond going to go into stage. Here we go then. Race number 2, and Andy Bond goes red. Oh, it's 1-1. Keith Bartlett goes 10.13. Excellent run for him. 10.33 from Andy Bond. But Andy Bond goes red. It's KB that takes the win, and a new PB for Keith as well. Oh, we've got another one that's gone 1 each down to a decider this afternoon. Got a text message from Callum. Wow, that was an awesome shot. Right place again, Callum. That was superb. Well done, mate. Right, what's young Mr. Bull got for us then? As he takes that car up the corner, goes 9.99. Yes. Oh, been running 10s for Yonks, but finally 9.99 appears on the scoreboards. We like that a lot. 138 miles an hour at the stripe. 13.88 at 95 in the Auto Glim Lane. So that was certainly worth seeing. Just trying to catch up on so many messages that keep coming through. David Jones messaged. Give a shout out to all supporting Wayne Allman in Mental Breakdown, of course, watching the live stream from my tractor in a big field. I wouldn't expect you to be anywhere else, Dave. Well done. As we continue with Run What You Brung. Perry is tuned in at home, watching at home. Probably here last weekend, having a good time, but at home watching the coverage today. Right, you've got Mark Corsell with the ball breaker, the Wild Bunch car. bit of concern for Simon Glenn there with the straight shooter. Glad it's happened now on a run what you brung checkout pass instead of during eliminations round number 2. As he's due to line up against Ray Irish when round 2 eliminations takes place this afternoon. So Mark Corsell then with the slingshot. Been absolutely superb this weekend, running in the 8-1s. Another good looking run. It's another 8-second pass. This time it's an 8:25 at 157. Right, you've got Rebel, the slingshot in the auto glim lane, driven by Rob Brown. Pete right at the back there guiding traffic. And he is going alongside the Aussie Falcon. Possible problem for the Falcon. Going to send Rebel on his own. So good looking launch there for Rebel. Let's see what sort of run we can get. Yep, whoa, 8:46, 155. Seem to have found a tenth of a second from somewhere. That was a nice looking run. 155 miles an hour at the stripe. Next to the start line, just well, the great thing with Run What You Brung, you really do not know what to expect. You don't know what's going to come underneath the tower, and you don't know what sort of performances you're going to get. But the car that's appeared underneath the tower in the auto glim lane, this Ford does not hang about, despite the fact that the body pretty much looks unmolested. You know all the running gear underneath. And there's a little clue with the pipework sticking out from the bonnet that you're going to see something around about 140, 145 miles an hour. And it ain't going to take that long to get there. Despite a little bit of a pedal. 141 miles an hour this time round, 9.97. 16:17 at 93 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Well, I think it's the first time I've seen. Let's have a look. Yeah, first time we've seen this car on track in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Full pop, but without the fenders, and likewise for the Ford in the auto glim lane. So 14.13 alongside a 15.13. Right, Tim Evans, he is in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Sharon Carver. Sharon goes through with a 13.24, Tim a 14.64. Go the next pair. That's the Ford truck with a Chevy engine. It works, it works. Outlaw Anglia. 12.09 at 107. Place of 15.04. Right, you got the red Austin Devon down there. The Gas Guzzler. Doing some TV work this week. Some filming. It's one of these SOS programs. We're waiting to get the confirmation of which one. But nice to see this this Devon. Going alongside Simon DeVos with Frankenstein, the Tri-Chevy. Lovely launch, wheels up. With a 1036, 124 miles an hour. And a 14.99 at 89. Right. 39 Ford. A much later Chevy. $71, 121. Tell you what, that car only knows how to run 11s now. $17.78 for the pickup in the Kestrel lane. Right, fun time once again. This is Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger Ford Model A van, going alongside Brian Huxley with his lad Mark, who built and owns this car, standing out front. Well, the mission was to try and get Brian Huxley to do a 9-second pass in this car. The last one was oh so close, 10.00. Brian's quickest run in the car. He's 80 years old, is Brian, but he's one of the best racers out there. Only need to find 100th of a second, but that can be difficult. Oh, lost 100th. They went looking for one. They found one, but they added it on. They didn't take it away. Oh, trying everything they can to get that 9, but 10.01 this time round. 9.87 for Dave Cherritt. Nice run for him. But well, Mark Huxley trying to tune his dad into the 9s. Oh, so close. They hit the crossbar earlier. They've just hit the side netting this time. They'll get a goal in a minute. Well, the hits just keep on coming here. I know I use that phrase, but really is such an eclectic mix of vehicles around the corner there. Such cool machinery down there. How about these two, 100E and the whoa, Chevy getting a bit close to the centre line. Goes through with 11.87 at 100 miles an hour. And the 100E goes 15.11. John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis, going alongside that lovely blue 11-second Camaro. John back into sensible territory in the 9.2s, 9.3s on his early run, but did get it into the 8s earlier on. Sorry, yesterday. Beautiful looking run. Into stage. Tree counts down, the green lights come on, and off they go. Nice and straight. John Dalrymple goes 9.28 at 150 miles an hour. And look at that, 10.22, 134. Very, very tidy looking run indeed in the Kestrel lane. And I think, yes, by a country mile, their quickest run of the weekend. 10.22, 134. Very, very good indeed. Connor Hall then with the Barracuda. 12.42 would be his target number in the Standard Superstock. See how close he can get to that. Going alongside Ford pickup. Well, 62 is the number against the 13.17. Hobbs. See how he gets on. And 39, nicely done. Two superb cars that are running this weekend. The Hailing Island Garage Duster. Oh, looks just bang on now. Going alongside the Vauxhall, Dave Mace and the gang. Went 8, I think it went 8-0. Well, they're nothing but trouble, Vauxhall. Has been in the 7s, and that is a good looking run. What have we got this time round? Oh, nearly 8.06 at 163 and a 9.71 at 136 miles an hour. Oh, superb runs, but nothing but trouble. 8.06, cracking run. Well, pairing lanes not entirely chock-a-block at the moment. 20 to 1 in the afternoon here at the Hot Rod Drags. And to correct the error from earlier, the lunch break is at 1 o'clock. Can't believe I got that wrong today. I'm so sorry about that. Pretty even at the stripe. 15.35 plays a 15.49. Just a tenth between them as they cross the finish line. Ain't No Saint taking on Fright. These two have lined up many a time over the years at lifestyle events and Run What You Brung. So 10:06, quickest of the weekend for Fright. Well, we've been nicely in the lines a few times over the weekend. Let's see if we can get another one. Off we go. And it's a 10.66 playing a 10.93. Fright getting there first. Well, we know what Darren would love to see appear on the scoreboards. They're chasing the number that Tim Garlick ran in this car. It'd be nice to get it into the 7.5s, been 7.6. And it's not going to be on this run. Certainly gave it everything off the line, but stood off on its rear tyres there. Of course, the engine in that car saw some sterling service in the Obsession Camaro back in the day, and as you remember that car, God, did that move. Okay, signal again to bring them forward. .33 Willis. Good, strong burnout, just running on the motor. And going alongside the Ford F100 from 1960, but Chevy powered. And that's 11.39 plays a 12.17. Right, so the 105E, and if you like your Fords from the 1930s, you just cannot go wrong with these. The 32, well, 33 as well, let's not forget those, but the most popular seem to be the 32 and the 34. And you'll see plenty of them around with roof chops, roadsters, some with fenders, some without. Everybody's got a different take on what they want to see, but they are all individualised. But any one of them worthy of any hot rod show, that's for sure. And when you can run numbers on the track in the 13s, then happy days. And then you can run the numbers. Any bracket in the car will still be cool. Right, some Outlaw Anglias, which means I think this is the... It is, yeah, that's the bracket, possibly, because you've got Andy Cunningham and Pete Butler. These both got through first round of the bracket. So you've got 10... Yeah, it is the bracket. We need to get the dial-ins up on the boards. So Andy Cunningham has got a dial-in of 10.96 and 11.1 for Pete Butler. So off they go. So it's no breakout, please. Oh! Double breakout. 10.78 for Andy Cunningham. Breaking out by the lesser amount, 11.04. That was Pete Butler that takes the win. Well done to Pete. Right, you got Aaron Bird and Barry Woodford. Aaron Bird dialing in 13.7. That's not Barry. That's Rob Brindle. Apologies. Now, what's Rob Brindle got for us then? Looks like an 8. Is that? .90. Wow. So big weight for Rob on the line. Aaron Bird going to be leaving first with that 13.7 dial-in. A little bit of a pedal there for Rob. Right, and it is an 8.98 that takes the win there against a lose-out 13.91. So well done to Rob. Right, Nostalgia Superstockers. Phil Hobson, Dave Simcock. Well, Phil Hobson looking for a 12, Dave Simcock looking for a 10.12. Oh, unfortunately, Dave didn't get off the line at all, so let's see how close that a 12 you can get. 12.23, not too bad. So a little bit of fluid, unfortunately, there from Dave's car. Oh, fingers crossed it's not too bad. Catch it sooner rather than later. Time approaching 10 to 1 in the afternoon here at the Hot Rod Drags. Day 3 of 3. I mean, an exceptionally entertaining and interesting weekend. Some very good numbers run by plenty of cars. New personal bests left, right and centre. Some great racing. Been a very, very good event. So let's have a look then. Saw a 9:44 from this car yesterday in the Autoglim lane. Looks like it's going to be another 9-second pass. No, it's not. It's an 8-second pass. 8:94 at 147. Very, very sweet run indeed. Out of the 9s and into the 8s. And what have we got there? 15.66 at 90 miles an hour from the 100E. Right, Gas Guzzler is back down onto the start line. That's the red Austin Devon. Austin goes through with a 14.33 at 90 miles an hour. Nicely done. 15.57 at 93 in the Autoglim lane. Right, both from the 1930s. Got the 33 Willis. A little bit different to when it first came out all those years ago. I think that's 89 years old, that car. Well, the car design, anyway. Goes 11.30, 116, plays a 13.69 at 103. Mark Wade. He's appeared in the Autoglim lane for the 100Es. Going alongside the big Chevy pickup. Challenging weekend for them, I'd say. $13.92. Well, he wanted a 13-second pass this weekend. Runs a Z-Tech Turbo in there. And gets one in, so good stuff there. Well, car I haven't seen for a while. This is the ex-Tyler Ashdown car. I haven't met the driver of this, but I can't remember who it is. But good to see the car running this weekend. Good straight and true. 867, 151 miles an hour. Glyn Boardman with the olds. Well, he targets 9.80 and he hit his number. Bang on, 9.80 with an 8 on his last pass. 146 to 60 foot, and at the 8th mile, 628, 112, and at the stripe, 979 with a 6. Just a tiny bit under the 980 this time round, but a very consistent car. And that's 2 runs within 100th of a second of each other. And in bracket racing, that's what you need. So well done to Glyn. Simon DeVos down there with the 57 Chevy Frankenstein. An old tyre smoking burnout from behind that the smoke, funny enough, blows round straight into the pairing lanes. the Frankenstein Chevy coming up to the line. Does lift the front wheels a little bit. Right, a little bit of a fluid leak, I think, underneath the car that Darren has spotted. Well, at least I can see under that car. There's a lot of them are very low slung, but makes life a bit easier for our track crew when the vehicle is higher up. And we would always rather catch any leaks at the start line, because once your engine is running flat out and hard, and yeah, it could be a catastrophe if the engine let go on the run. So rather catch it before the run even takes place. There is that frustration that, oh, I missed my run, but if you can save immense amount of damage, then it's certainly the right thing to do. Not going to risk it. All right, let's see how Lauren gets on then with the Willis. 17.2 earlier on today. Dad doing the burnout behind. 18.67 at 58, but definitely slowing at the top end. Not quite sure what issue is there for Lauren. Phil. The black and flamed Willis running comfortably in the 10s this weekend. 10.91, 123. The Great Barbarian from Outlaw Anglia. That's Martin Payne. Lost out to Mick Taylor in round 1 eliminations, but now into run what you brung mode. Bringing the car up to the line. Let's see what they got for us for run with your brung mode. Good launch. Straight as you like. 904, 151 miles an hour. Forward in the autoscope lane, just hot lapping at the moment, getting plenty of runs in. That's really good to see. Paul Singer with his Nostalgia Superstock entry, running low 12s. (12.1, 12.2). Yeah, this car should be 12.3 on that particular pass. 12.32, 109. Well, that didn't take long for the gas guzzler to come straight back down to the start line again. I think I only ran about 5 minutes ago. And that's right, yeah, the lanes are thinning out as it is the genuine lunch break coming up, not the false one that I got wrong earlier. Yeah, just a couple of minutes to 1. Right, so right, okay, so genuinely this time, folks, it is lunchtime. Yeah, thanks, Ian. It is a genuine lunch break, half an hour, folks. We will see you in half an hour as we continue day 3 of 3 here at the Hot Rod Drags. It's a beautiful day out there. Continue to enjoy. Go and have a look at that car show over there. There are some stunning vehicles. I've got to do a little bit of a wandering around as well. We'll see you back on the banking, in the grandstands, and of course cars in the lanes, ready for 1:30. Nitro FM 96.2. This time, take it for half an hour. And Dougie, heads up to the strike. No nitrous run here for Colin. And he's going to go 8:23 at 157 miles an hour. So Rob Stone heading towards the stripe. He went 8:36 in quali. What's he got for us this morning? 8:54. Need to do. Jed, unfortunately, broken. Oh, Gary Hill puts a cherry on the tree. So Wayne gets the win. Comes in as an alternate and gets the round win. Traffic failure and damage. So commiserations to Jed not being able to take part in eliminations today, and that's basically allowed Colin to start, well, not early celebrations, but it looks like the championship will be Colin's. Jenner going alongside Ben Kennedy, and it'll be Jenner to the stripe first with a lovely 8.50. Ben goes 9.55 and 8.92 in quali. And Rob Brindle goes red, so Mark Bracking gets the win. So the two alternates. Well, Ben wired to the tree there, 0-4. Spencer getting very close to the wall, but kept it away. Ben takes the win with an 8.91. Rob Nixon that goes red. Simon Barlow powering through. 760, 179. Well, much greater for Mick this time round. Goes 8.36, 166 mile an hour for the win. Martin goes 9.63 at 141. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. So who's doing the better job of the strike? Oh, it's close, and it is by 0.4 of a second. Simon Glenn, and look at the ET, goes 11.46 on 11.45 dial-in. Austin will go first, and then Pop will chase. Paul Domini goes red. So that is a win for Tom. Quite a big red as well, actually, 0.16. So Tom Margerson will progress into round number 2. Well, the front wheels come up for Nick Hughes and Katie Booth out in front. Nick with some work to do, try to close that gap down. Doesn't do it. Katie Booth takes the win. Solo then for Jason. Now he dials 10.99. He'll take it all the way through. He wants to see what the tune-up's going to do. He's been running between 10.9 and 11.1. This one is 11.1. 11.11. Win. That's where the difference is. Right, off they go. Well, you can see that Billy was wide awake, club off the line. So as long as Billy doesn't break out, he should be all right. 10.83, yeah, so Billy is through. Catch, pass, not break out. But let's see if they get off the line first. Oh! Ray Turner goes red, so Ray Irish stays alive. The championship continues. Doesn't matter what they run now, 10.20. Plays a 10.91, but Ray Irish goes through. Right, last pair, Lee Pike. Well, look at that reaction time for Lee Pike, 0.007. But the win goes to Patrick Hobbs, 11.43 was a dial-in. .12.30 is what Rich is looking for. Steve Garnett looking for a 10.90. Mind you, they PB'd yesterday, 10.66. That was brilliant. Goes 11.09. Rich Butcher goes 12.50. Oh, there goes James. And there goes Mick. 13.35, nice one there for James. Mick goes 9.59. So Pete will be leaving first. Rob will be chasing him down. But it's all about running the numbers. .11.29 and 8.49. They both go a little bit too quick. 400s, well, let's say 300s too quick there. So 10.83 goes 10.97. Dan Wilson, 10.25 on that 10.17. So good effort. Well, Paul Tarry pulling away. What's he got for us? 10.87 on a 10.80. Nicely done. Dave Schumacher goes 12.8. Well, Brad's sitting there waiting patiently. Can Brad get into the 10s again? 10.93 for Brad Cooper. 9-0. .983 and a 13.54 for those two. Graham got there first, but a little bit under his dialing. .10.22 plays an 8.67. 7.60. But it's truth, if Gonzo can hit 750, standing. 767, 170. Again. And Alan Scofield goes 889 on 896. Much better run for Paul Brown this time. 857, 153. Tree goes down, Andy Bond gets the jump. Andy Bond looks like he's kept his nose in front here, and Andy Bond takes the strike with a 10.20 against a lose-out 10.22. Very, very close between them there at the strike. Coming up to 10:30 in the morning. .49, 11.75. 392 Hemi. So that is a serious bit of kit in there. Getting out of shape as well. Ian Dawes celebrating his birthday in style there. Got very tail happy indeed, and broke traction in the end. 12.21 in the Auto Glim Lane. But that Henry J is just absolutely beautiful for us in today's lovely crisp conditions. .10.64, 122, not far off what they ran yesterday. .13.36 and a 17.22, 9.73. It was an outstanding run yesterday. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there in the Kestrel Beer Lane. So it goes through with a 10.53. But yeah, that was rather bizarre. Garrett looking for a 9 flat. Tim 11.99. That is a proper wheel stand, and follows up with a second one. I would imagine they may be investing in some wheelie bars in the not too distant future, because that first wheelie really did go high, and still ran at 10.85 at 126. So Tim Bull driving today, just got that notification. Looking for a 9.95, gets a 9.93. Oh, outstanding pass there. A 13. Goes 13.14, 13.71. The Yellow Nova. Lots of smoke billowing from the truck in the other lane. So much smoke that the truck has actually slowed right down. Just coasting along at the moment. 16.19 at 81 miles an hour in the auto glim lane. And well, Street, that should be Chris, but I had him down as a Ford Mustang before, so maybe he switched cars, but let's go through with this 1278, 112. That's a good looking one. By 03 Custom, one of the best paint jobs I think I've ever seen. Dave Mott goes through with a 13.93. That was nice, 871, 152. See. Well, he's wide to the tree, 013, nicely off the line. And 1003, he was concentrating on 990. Right, morning Steve. Good to see you, mate. Let's watch this one. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off the line, unfortunately. That's going to hurt the ET a fraction. Yeah, 810, 172, but the wheel spin off the line only hurt it by a tenth. What a great looking run this is. Are we going to hit the 990? Is it going to be a 10? Wow, 957. 141 mile an hour. I thought they were going to try and run a gas time there, but... Well, our race classes will be back in the lanes in half an hour or so. In the meantime, we're having a look into the lanes to see yes, the Outlaw Anglia bracket is down there. Assisting in the 11s now. .36, 147, back to normal. Well, catch the cherry on the very lane. 78 on the 1238, darling. Not really that helpful, but Pete Butler going into the next round there. Come. So dials the 13.70. And there goes 8.2. Whoa, Spencer getting the hippie shakes on there. Aaron Bird takes that one with 13.91. Spencer well hold though. Dougie Darling in the 13.20. He'll be going first. There he goes. And there goes Rob trying to chase him down. Oh, this is going to be tight, very tight at the stripe, and it is. Oh, it's a breakout. 12.07 for Doug, a little bit too quick there. So 9.07 for Rob Brindle takes that. So Rob Brindle taking the win there. Right, back into Run What You Brung. It's one of our 100Es. Well, it's still billowing loads of smoke, but looks like the Chevy truck's going to get a lot further than it did last time round. The Ford pickup goes 12.09 at 107 and a 1613 at 90 miles an hour. Well, Mark was telling me that the tyres are nearly finished on the back of the Corolla, but that's not going to slow Brian down. He wants to go for it all the way. Oh, he's so close to that 9. Oh, 10.00. Well, it's... Right, we've got Jason in the Auto Glim lane. I don't know who's driving the one in the Kestrel lane. But these are seriously quick cars. Proper old school Fords. 10.19 and 10.43. 10.19, 141 miles an hour. And of course, the Chevy from the mid to late 50s. Coming up next, Nostalgia Superstock. 11.42, 120 miles an hour. And 13.96 at 89. Come on, Glenn. Organs goes 980. It's his number, bang on. Very nice indeed there for Glyn. .25 plays 11.04. So let's see if we can run a 12 flat. Goes 12.16. Ian goes 12.27. There goes Lauren. Phil just holding. Off he goes. Yeah, that's about right. Let Loz go past the 330 block and then Phil will set off in pursuit. Phil gets 11.29. Now Lauren really did slow down at the stripe that time. 19.29. Not quite sure why. Fright. Mark Bull. Would love them to see a 9 appear on the scoreboards. 10.06 best this weekend. 10.71, 121, not so good this time round. 11.39, 113 for the Willis. .976 and a 10.74. So nicely done for the two Wild Bunch Altereds. Ain't no Saint Volvo Gasser gets on. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 10. Oh, 11.63, 123 miles an hour. Picked up the speed. Unfortunately, haven't got the screens changed over, but that's weird. 10.07 there for Stuart. 12.61. That was his 65th birthday, buddy. Also had a message from Rory Hart. That he was broken steering arm. Well, they're cutting lights as well now. 0.6 off the tree. 9.58, 1.39. Well, we're going a little bit backwards, but the ET may be slipping, but the reaction times are coming. Well, Aaron trying to put an autograph down on the racetrack there. 7:23 for Roy, 198.89 mile an hour. But Aaron kissing the wall on the left-hand side. And yeah, exactly that. And he had to back out of that. He just launched it a little bit out of the groove. Well, got out of the groove, I should say, heading towards the centre line. Decided, no, I'm not going to cross it today. And goes 10 flat at 89 mile an hour. But let's see what Gary Parks has got for us. That's nice and straight. Be a 7 of some flavour. Yep, 763, 181 for Gary Parks. Good looking run here for Jim. Went 753 yesterday. What's he got for us today? 745! Another PB for Jim Usher. 180 miles an hour at the stripe. Lovely wheels up launch there for Ian Merriweather. He's going to get to the stripe first. Great 20 goes 8:09. And how about Keith Freeman? 9:44, 143. Got a lot of traction off the line, then pedalled it, and then it went into wheel spin. But he's going A to B finally. 9:63, 154. Oh, thank goodness for that. 7-0. Anything around that number would suit him fine. Oh, both straight and true down Broadway. Leo Knight goes 7.66. Des Taylor goes 7.78. Well, I said anything near 7.70 would be good for Leo. Massive bounce going on there. And oh, lovely 108 to 60 foot there for Robin Reed. Taking it all the way through to a 7.37 at 185 miles an hour. Well, Mark Bracking goes red, so it is a win for Colin Miller. Colin goes 8.12 at 150 miles an hour. Mark Bracking a 10.21. Nice run there for Mark, actually. 10. Mick Taylor is away first. Simon Barlow's got his nose out in front. Ah, it's a cracking race. It's Simon Barlow with a 7.57 at 183 miles an hour taking the win. Mick away first. But no, in actual fact, it was almost dead even off the line. They're side by side at the stripe. Looks like Rob's got his nose in front. He has. An 8.38, 1.57. Wide away club off the line there is Ben Rushforth, a 0.6 light. And he's going to power on through there. Takes the win with an 8.85 at 149. Wayne Power goes through there with a 10. Well, a very, very good looking run indeed from Rog. Went 6.04 yesterday, goes 6.03 today. 265 miles an hour at the stripe. Beautiful looking run. They've got themselves a bracket jet car. Start to get quicker as things progress. That is a humongous wheelie there for the Camaro. But carrying on through, 10.84 for Ain't No Saint and 9.25, 161. But the Camaro really did lift those front wheels sky high. So let's see how Ian Wild gets on then. Wildcat goes through with a 12.13. Cooley goes through with a 12.18, 13.36, 120 miles an hour. The speed is building nicely. So Nick Hewison can run just into the 9s. And of course, Chris Labram just getting used to the car. And 10.20 plays 10.77. He's here to equal the score. Oh, and look at that. Keith goes straight into stage. No messing about this time round. Andy Bond going to go into stage. Here we go then. Race number 2, and Andy Bond goes red. Oh, it's 1-1. Keith Bartlett goes 10.13. Excellent run for him. 10.33 from Andy Bond. But right, what's young Mr. Bull got for us then? As he takes that car up the corner, goes 9.99. Yes. Oh, been running 10s for Yonks, but finally 9.99 appears on the scoreboards. We like that a lot. Perry is tuned in at home, watching at home. Probably here last weekend, having a good time, but at home watching the coverage today. Another good looking run. It's another 8-second pass. This time it's an 8.25 at 157. So good looking launch there for Rebel. Let's see what sort of run we can get. Yep, whoa, 8.46, 155. Seem to have found a tenth of a second from somewhere. That was a nice looking run. 155 miles an hour at the stripe. And it ain't going to take that long to get there. Despite a little bit of a pedal. 141 miles an hour this time round, 9.97. 16.17 at 93. And likewise for the forward in the autoglim lane. So 14.13 alongside a 15.13. Right, Tim Evans, he is in the autoglim lane, going alongside Sharon Carver. Sharon goes through with a 13.24, Tim a 14.64. Brian's quickest run in the car. He's 80 years old, is Brian, but he's one of the best racers out there. Only need to find 100th of a second, but that can be difficult. Oh, lost 100th. They went looking for one. Shingering down there. How about these two, 100E and the whoa, Chevy getting a bit close to the centre line. Still goes through with 11.87 at 100 miles an hour. And the 100E goes 15.11. Into stage. Tree cancer down, the green lights come on and off they go. Nice and straight. John Ripple goes 9.28 at 150 miles an hour. And look at that, 10.22, 134. Patrick Hobbs. See how he gets on. And 39. Well, they're nothing but trouble, Vauxhall. Has been in the 7s, and that is a good looking run. What we got this time round? Oh, nearly 8.06 at 163. And a 971. Pretty even at the stripe. 15:35 plays a 15:49. Just a tenth between them as they cross the finish line. Off they go. And that's 11:39 plays a 12:17. But they're mostly superb this weekend. The event that just keeps giving and giving. I had a little wander around the car show during the lunch break. Some stunning vehicles over there. It's not an official car show, but everybody's just parked up, chilled out, and having a look at everybody else's vehicles. And there's a lot of seriously impressed people as well. So let's kick things off then. See who's going to be coming round the corner first. Actually, no, the Bluebird is just getting ready to go. There's engines warming up in the Payne lanes. We do have Gasser Circus. They are lined up for their second round matchups, actually. Just having a look to see who will be racing who. You have got Katie Booth, number one qualifier, got past Nick Hewison, so she gets a bye in round number 2. Jason Pickett will be taking on Billy Jones. Ray Irish will take in on Simon Glenn, and it'll be Patrick Hobbs against Tom Margerson. And it is Patrick and Tom that are head of the lanes. And then I can see Ray Irish, but I can't see Simon Glenn's car there. Now Simon did come around for a run what he brung past, and the car didn't go forward, so whether he's got an issue or what, I don't know. But championship implications, because Ray Irish and Billy Jones are fighting it out for the championship this year, and hopefully Simon can put a race up against Ray, because Ray needs to win to keep going, and so does Billy Jones. He needs to beat Jason Pickett to keep his championship hopes alive. And basically whoever goes further in eliminations is going to take the title there in Gasser Circus. Outlaw Anglia, unfortunately for Jed Guy, they found a cam belt that was not going to last a run, let alone the meeting, so unfortunately they had to withdraw before eliminations, which allowed Colin Miller to start pulling away in the points. Obviously he can't be caught, so Colin Miller has taken the championship for the Lifestyle Series in Outlaw Anglia, and that wasn't a done thing a couple of weeks ago, as Colin did suffer engine damage after, bizarrely, he ran his first ever 6, but managed to get it all fixed and have an engine to bring not only last weekend to the European finals, where he was running the car in Super Pro, engine working absolutely superbly, so he let Aaron Springford have a go in the car on Friday, and Aaron proceeded to run on his 4th ever pass in the car a 7-second run, which was absolutely outstanding, and that wasn't nitrous assisted either. But then Colin back behind the wheel and put it in the 6s. So absolutely superb performances from the Flying Fifer this weekend. But a couple of weeks ago he was very nervous about having an engine that was actually going to be working. Got a few of them that are heading off home. I think everybody is pretty much aware that tomorrow is a bank holiday. Obviously, as the funeral of our dearly loved and now departed Queen is going to be taking place, and I should think most of the nation will be glued to the screens for that one. And that is going to be quite an event. So everybody in the lane is just getting ready. Also, don't forget it's a continuation of Run What You Brung as well. Plenty of cars down there. And of course we will be running up until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So the Bluebird goes back on station. And say I'm pretty sure it's going to be Gasser Circus, but we'll see when they come round the corner. Time now 20 to 2 in the afternoon. And, oh, no, a little bit of Run What You Brung first, actually. Just a few cars to get through down there. Phil Mills with the Flamed Willis going alongside his daughter Lauren. So Phil in the 10s, and I now can confirm that despite Lauren telling me otherwise, I proved her wrong. She has a 16-second car. Her best this weekend was 16.91. And here goes Phil. Oh, waited a long time this time. Phil wants to see what the scoreboard say. 17-18. Nicely done, Lauren. 11.47 for Phil. So we got Carly Watts in the auto glim lane. Alongside Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein Chevy. Now Carly Watts with the Watt Shop Dodge. 10.70 is where she'd like to be, but I've got a feeling she can go quicker. Let's see what the Challenger has got for us this time round. Simon DeVos having a really good weekend, actually. Car's been running superbly. Well, targeted a 10.7, got a 10.79. Simon DeVos goes 10.31. And this is Honky Tonkin number 2. Car is up for sale. So if anybody wants to get hold of a 9-second door slammer that actually has run in the 8s. Seriously quick car, this one. Former championship winning car, of course, in Gasser Circus as well. We've raced at the door slammers, can run in Pro ET, all sorts of places. Really, really good car. But just spotted something at the front there. So actually going to be a solo then for Green Onions. So Ray Turner. Runs in the 10s now with that new Jeff Bull engine. And comfortably so again, 1088, 120 miles an hour. Running very nicely indeed. Just a tiny bit of fluid on the racetrack. It won't take long to get that sorted out at all. Can see our Gasser Circus pairings in the lanes for round number 2. Got Dave Mott below us with that beautiful 100E, the Brickyard Slayer. Had a quick chat with Dave, don't get much of a chance to see him at the events, but you go and have a look at that close up. Beautiful paintwork. I03 Custom. I think a little more work with the tractor just to make sure that lane is absolutely pristine. So going to be a little pause actually, a bit longer than I thought. So tell you what, Nitro FM 96.2, they can take the airwaves back just for a moment, and we will be back with you when we continue here at the Hot Rod Drags. Shouldn't be too long. Well, once again, thanks to our track crew. Everything sorted very quickly indeed. And it is Dave Mott with that beautiful 56 100E van. The Brickyard Shaker. And just for fun, going alongside. Well, 9.80, 9.79. Glyn Bourbon really got a handle on the Oldsmobile now. Two totally different takes on orange colour schemes. But both the cars look absolutely spot on. So what we got this time? 1080, 1079, 1081. It's a 990 this time. What am I back? 980 goes 990, 138 miles an hour. Dave goes through with the 1379 at 103. Oh, the gas guzzler has made it back down again. Crikey, this car's getting a few good runs in today now. The red Austin Devon. Doing some filming for TV. I'll tell you what, Troy and Tim are having an absolute blast with this van this weekend. Into the nines. Thoroughly enjoying life. Can we get another 9 as well? That'll be even better. One's good, two's better. .656 at 107. The 8th mile, and it's a 10.19 this time, 135. Against a 14.38 at 93. But Troy and Tim doing brilliantly this weekend. Always good to watch you guys run. Right, here we go then. Gasser Circus, eliminations, round number 2. Patrick Hobbs taking on Tom Margerson. 11.38 plays 10.59. The championship could be decided in this round of eliminations, or it could continue. We'll get to that when the next pairs come round. But it'll be Patrick leaving first. 11.38 is his dial-in. He goes, and there goes Tom in pursuit. So 11.38 plays 10.59. And at the stripe it is. Whoa, that was close. 11.40. The win margin 0.009 at the stripe. It is Patrick Hobbs that beats Tom Margerson. Tom maybe lifted off a bit too much. But it is Patrick that takes the win. Right, championship implications here. Billy Jones needs to get past Jason Pickett here to keep his hopes alive. The Darlings, Billy Jones 10.49, Jason Pickett 11.04. So it will be the Cherry Bomb Chevy that will be leaving first. Have a green light drag race. Billy trying to close Jason down. Jason Pickett takes the win. 11.09 to a lose-out 10.51. In effect, a whole shot win. Billy was closer to his dialing, but Jason had the better light. And it is Jason Pickett that goes through. Right, here comes the bye run for Katie Booth. Got past Nick Hewison in round number 1. She was bang on in qualifying. She went 10.3000 on a 10.30 dial-in. She was absolutely perfect. So Katie just powering on through. 10.49, 117. Oh, double disaster. Ray Irish being pushed to one side. So I'm not quite sure what's going on now, because Simon Glenn has made it down with straight shooter, but Ray Irish being pushed to one side with the gas junkie. Watch this space. Right, this is Ben Rushforth on a solo here. Should have been alongside Simon Barlow, but on Simon I'm able to make the call, so Ben's going to get a solo into the final of Outlaw Anglia. There he goes. Goes through with an 880 at 151. Get a little bit out of shape at the stripe, but Ben got that gathered in. And on the other side of the ladder, Colin Miller going to be taking on Rob Stone. Two good strong burnouts there for Colin and from Rob. Gotta love rolling burnouts. They just make things so good. Also gives them a good launch pad to work from. So the Flying Fifer taking on the head rush machine. So Colin Miller staying out in front, and Colin taking a strike with a 762 at 168 miles an hour. Nice one, Cole. 832 there for Rob Stone. Actually went quicker than when he was qualifying, but that puts Colin Miller into the final against Ben Rushforth. It's a shame Ben's mum and dad can't be here. I know they're tuned into the live feed at home. Wish you well soon. But that sets the final in Outlaw Anglia. No problem at all. Right, now then, we're trying to suss out the Gasser Circus, because here comes Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. But Ray Irish not coming round the corner, so it's been classed as a time trial. Yeah, obviously, because he's going alongside Honky Tonkin. So we didn't even get to run the race between Ray Irish and Simon Glenn. Billy lost his race against Jason. Oh no, here comes Simon Glenn is coming up. He just got down here late. Oh, a bit confusing in Gasser Circus. So we need to suss this one out. Right, I had that now confirmed. Ray Irish broke, Simon Glenn was late, so neither of them go through. So this is a time trial run. So that does mean that Patrick Hobbs will get a bye into the final. So this is classed as a time trial run. And there's the 1,000-foot blocks falling over. 9:48, 134. Simon Glenn goes 10:22. Right, so just putting the blocks back. there's no finish line blocks at the moment. Right, so the match-up between Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond. Right, okay, so they're both ready to go. So yeah, basically they just did that. Both of them did their burnouts before the blocks were back in place, and because they were 100 yards apart, it just took a little bit of time to get them reset. So then, Keith Bartlett versus Andy Bond. Race 2 of 3. Oh, sorry, race 3 of 3. So, race number 1. Andy Bond took that one 10.20 to a lose at 10.22 from KB. Race number 2, Andy Bond went red and Keith Bartlett went 10.13. So, this is the decider on the Sunday. Andy Bond. He is in the Kestrel beer lane with that gorgeous yellow and white Chevy. And of course, Keith Bartlett, Roaring Rat, the 57. He is in the Autoglim lane. Money at stake. They would have been a bit shy as to how much, but knowing these two, it'll be a few quid or more. But this is the decider on the Sunday. Andy Bond is in pre-stage. Keith rolls into pre-stage. Andy goes in, applying the pressure to Keith. Keith goes in. The tree counts them down and off they go. Reaction time advantage to Keith Bartlett. Andy Bond's going to have to reel him in. Go past him at the stripe, and it is. Oh, look at the numbers. 10.06 for Andy Bond, 10.22 for Keith Bartlett. The win margin at the stripe, 0.2 of a second. Very, very close indeed. 0.2 at the stripe. 131 miles an hour for Keith Bartlett, 132 for Andy Bond. And that is, well, 2-1 to Andy Bond today. But that is overall, honours evens. They got 3 races each. Good stuff. Right, Supercharged Outlaws. Right, so as we recover from that, Supercharged Outlaws, we got one of the guys from the NSRA that's just come up to see us. Roasty. His name is Roasty. Okay. That's your handle, is it, from the CB days, is it? Oh, dear. God, I can't believe I just said that. Your handle from the CB days. What was the last time I was on a CB radio? It must have been like 40 years ago. Jim, what a weekend for you, sir. PB after PB. Really, really good. And Jim, also, thanks ever so much indeed for the donation of the teamwear to the auction next week. So, rather epic as well. We like that. And just going to reattach the starter. But Jim Usher, I mean, the numbers that he's been running this weekend, absolutely stellar. 7 5s and then into the 7 4s. A happy team, a happy driver, and a happy dragster. I can't say any more than that, can I? Yeah, I know. I wish I could understand all the sign language, Jim, but I know it's all good. Looking around in the lanes to see the rest of the supercharged Outlaws that are running in this session. Gary Park, and with the Purple Days, I can see Keith Freeman's El Loco. Well, I can see half of it anyway, but I'm sure others around the corner as well. But some of the numbers that have been run this weekend, Roy Wilding in the 7.0s, oh so close to a 6. You got Freddie, well, Freddie's Revenge, Robbie Grabham, of course, his first ever 6-second pass in the car. Went 6.97, then they switched the bodies over, and 7.10 with the Avenger body on it. Absolutely outstanding, but did have a problem with the front body catch, so they've switched back to the Topolino body. But a great weekend for them. So once again, Jim Usher has the slingshot fired up as he brings the car forward into the burnout box. Well, sometimes the run doesn't always go to plan for Jim, especially the last one actually, when had to restart after a burnout, but the run came through perfectly. Absolutely no complaints from Jim. So his dial-in, unbelievably, in Supercharged Outlaws is 7.65, but he seems to be going quicker and quicker all the time. So it's working really well for him. So spraying the de-icer on the bug catcher. Believe it or not, these bug catchers can actually freeze shut, because the fuel, methanol, actually burns cold, and it does create ice on the bug catcher. And if you hit the loud pedal, sometimes it can freeze shut. So they do spray a bit of de-icer on it just to make sure that doesn't happen. Right, off we go, Jim. Let's see what we got. Oh, a little bit of a double step. That's going to hurt the ET a little bit. Won't affect the turning speed. Yep, 785, 175. It was just the double step that hurt the ET that time round. But nevertheless, brilliant weekend for Jim and the Hemi Hunter team. Right, that sounds like Simon Boot, and it is. The bootlegger Camaro finally gets a decent run in. Earlier on today went into the 9s. Went 963, and that was blazing the tyres and then getting the run in afterwards. Alongside Keith Freeman, El Loco. And he's gone a long way up. He's gone up to 300 foot there. So a bit of a jogging effort from Martin Hill. But no, Martin's going, no. You come back to me, son. Now Martin will step out in front, slow him down and guide him back. So finally, as Simon Boot managed to get rid of the gremlins that have been hiding in that car. They probably held a seance in the pit last night, tried to get rid of it. The Ouija board came out. Holy water, you name it. Everything was there to get rid of those pesky problems. But looks like it's good. Earlier on today, 963. And Simon doesn't overpower the launch. He did last time out. He just couldn't get the grip off the line. He did. He's got a big wheel stand. The car hooked this time. That is a good looking run for Simon. He goes 907 at 155. 950 for Keith Freeman, but 907, and a huge wheel stand for Simon Boot. I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for the wheelie, that was an 8 all day long. I think they'll be investing in some wheelie bars now. If they tell you what, they probably got them. They just didn't need them for ages, but they'll be back. Oh, commiserations to Aaron Windridge and the team going back to the pits. Oh, gutted for you guys. The Grim Reaper. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong way round. It's Gary Park with Purple Days. It's difficult to tell the cars without binoculars, but I can see it now. Gary, oh, commiserations, mate. It's been a great year, great weekend. Just not working for you this afternoon, but I can see you waving, buddy. All the best, bud. We'll catch up a bit later on. But this time round, it is the Thunder God of Des Taylor in the Auto Glim Lane, going alongside Ian Merriweather. Well, Des Taylor, what a weekend he's been having. 7.50 is where he wants to be. He's been 7.7 already. Ian Merriweather, his dial-in was 8.20, a quickest so far of 8.09. So he's not far away from the 7s. What are these two got? Oh, we got side-by-side 7s coming up. Ian would love to run a 7 right here, right now. Ian Merriweather riding that wheelie bar. Des Taylor on a good-looking run. That's definitely a 7 for Des, but what's Ian got for us? 8.87. He did actually lift before the stripe. 7.68 for Des Taylor. Very, very nice run indeed. Well, Des dialed in 750, he went 768, but Ian Merriweather just lifted before the stripe, but it was a good looking run. 887 at 128. He was 518 at 127 at the 8th. And if that had stayed lit all the way through, he was a little bit down on MPH at the 8th, to be honest. But you know what, that could have been a very low 8, could have tickled a 7 there. It's good stuff here. All right, we continue. Let's have a look around the corner to see who we've got next. Joe Bond with the Bond, Hannis and Osborne Slingshot Dragster. What a run they put in. 6.20 for a new personal best. Absolutely outstanding pass from Joe. Well, what has Joe got for us this afternoon? Well, the only way to improve on a 6.20 is to get it into the 6.1s. Not going to say that is going to happen, but teams always look to improve every time, and the car is working well. Probably one of the most experienced teams out there, bar none. I mean, Doug has been around this sport for a long, long time. And as I say, it's the sheer experience on the whole team as well. It's not just the driver, it's the crew as well. So once again, the de-icer goes on top of the air intake, which rests on that supercharger. So Joe Bond brings the car to the line. Here we go then. Supercharged Outlaws. What a beautiful looking run for Joe. 6:28 and 2:24. Well, we were holding our breath to see what the ET was going to be when it came up on the boards, but absolutely superb. 2 6.2 second runs this weekend. Congratulations to the whole Bond, Hannes and Osborne team. Doug, well done. Brilliant job. Joe Bond, 6:28, 2:24. And I tell you what, once his right foot was planted, it wasn't coming up. Right, next up then. Ooh, that spun up high. So the Al Capone altered, just being pushed back. Just went for the loud pedal on the burnout, and the engine spun up very, very high indeed, and pretty much instantly shut off. What a cool looking car though. So if we have a look into lanes, we can see that made its way down is Wayne Allman with mental breakdown, but with the engine running, Roy Wilding. 7:06, his best ever run this weekend. As the tow car moves around the corner. Here comes Roy. Going alongside mental breakdown. Oh, excellent stuff. We got both of them. Well, Roy Wilding's almost gone to half track with that burnout. So it's given Holly some work to do to go bring him back. Wayne Allman on his run was bouncing all over the place to going over 170 mile an hour at the stripe, and then of course pulling the chutes and beautifully spreading the ashes of Andy Williams. And now Andy can rest here at Santa Pod forever. Driver with the Wild Child car, and of course Ain't Misbehaving was a car of his, and of course that quarter pounder for Pop as well. Well, Wayne Allman, the pump fixed, the car back in action. Roy Wilding broke a couple of rocker arms yesterday, didn't have any spares with him, so the only thing to do was go back home. He knew he had some there. And a good few hours later was back at the track. They got the car fixed last night. Obviously had to start the car up this morning to make sure that everything was A-OK. And good news is for Roy, it was. So then, Wayne Allman, Roy Wilding. Roy looking to go 7:10 or quicker. Wayne Allman went 7:35. Let's see what he's got for us this afternoon. Beautiful looking run from there. Wayne Allman gets the 6. Oh my goodness me. 6:99. Almost 200 miles an hour. Look at the speed for Wayne Allman. 199.89. But it's the ET. It's a 6:99. I've got goosebumps after that. Roy Wilding goes 7:06 again at 197 miles an hour. But Wayne Allman, he gets a 6. That is absolutely outstanding. The run was beautiful. There was no bounce. The traction was there. It didn't deviate at all. And do you know what? That's probably one of the easiest runs that Wayne Allman has ever had. There was no trouble at all. But at the stripe, 6.99, 199.89. The only thing missing was 200 miles an hour. But that was outstanding. Give him a huge cheer as the Wayne Allman's team go collecting from the top end. 6.99, 199. But let's not forget Roy Wilding, 7.06 and 197. That was worth the price of admission alone. Well done. Right, we need to get our breath back after that. Outstanding. Right, it is Rob and Pete Brown. Rob is in Rebel. Pete is in Wrathchild. This is Wild Bunch. 8.61 and 11.48 for those two. All right, Bradley Cooper is down there. And the legend that is Ken Cooper as well. Ken, a very good afternoon to you, mate. Going alongside Gavin Meanley with the Charles Banks Special. So Brad Cooper goes through with the 1088, 119. And the Charles Banks Special, 1182, 115. Next up then, Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Going alongside Chasing Time. That, of course, is Skippy. So target numbers then, the Skippy looking for a 9.66 in the Auto Glen lane. Jim looking for a 9.80 with the Shindigger. Jim goes 9.83, both very close indeed, to be honest. Well, Jim only 300ths off his target number. Right, next up then, Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. And that's Rob White with Happy Days, just lost fire actually. Oh, looks like Rob's been pushed back. That's a shame, actually. So it's going to be a solo then for Steve. Fuel starvation when he went for the lower pedal there. Uh, 10.66, it's 12.25. Vinny, it keeps fighting you, doesn't it? It keeps fighting. It's doing his head in. So the White Bunch go back to the pits, as we affectionately call them. No worries, mate. All right. All right. How did the numbers come to here? Right, we continue then with Gary Atkinson with Time Lock. Going alongside Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. 9.60 is the target for Gary. 9.30 the target for the slingshot. .955 plays a 10.40. So Andy Clifford, quarter of a second away, and a bit further away though was Gary. Well, Alan Lloyd in Gonzo the Great this weekend. My goodness me, have they had a weekend. The PB coming into the event was 777. They went 771. They went 769. They went 764. Then they went 760. The car's been getting quicker and quicker. It's had, what, 3 or 4 passes at 171 miles an hour. What they got for us in this session. Going alongside Rich Butcher, the 4th dimension slingshot. You're looking for a 12.30. .766, again over 170 miles an hour. Alan Lloyd having a brilliant time with Gonzo this weekend. Got to say, well done, guys. Gonzo being brilliant this weekend. Jurassic Parts in the Beasting. The next pair, Mick and Bob Morgan. I didn't think it was possible for Barry to run so fast that his hat blew off, but there we go, that's what happened. Oh no, it's not Barry. Barry's the one behind. So Mick Gledo, 9 flat is the target number for him. 10.19 for Bob Morgan. .24 plays a 9.47. Good run there for Bob. Happy with that one. So James Auld with the little Faust dragster going alongside Dan Wilson with the antique toy. 13.3. The target for James is unfortunately, happy days going back to the pits. Commiserations, guys. It's just drag racing. It's one of those things. Sometimes it's beautiful and sometimes it's frustrating. But I'm sure Rob and the gang, well, if we get another run in today, brilliant. If not, there's always next time. Let's see what Dan Wilson's got for us as he comes to the line in the Kestrel Beer Lane. 10.17 is where he'd like to be, but James, 13.30, he will leave first. And there goes Dan off in pursuit. .13.76, 10.14. Wayne Colliver with the Misfit. Beautiful little slingshot. Going alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. Boy, boys, he had some runs this weekend. Oh, Paul Tarry goes 10.72, just dips under his 10.80 there, doesn't matter. 11.16 on 10.50 for Wayne Colliver. The Wild Bunch are here next weekend, but it's for a round of the National Championship. Not part of the Wild Bunch series. So this is the last hurrah, if you like, for the full-blown Wild Bunch series. Round 4 of the actual Wild Bunch series. Round 7 of the Spirit of Nostalgia series. Round 3 of the Wild Wilding Nostalgia Race Car Series, which is the final round, of course. Ian Wild goes 11.81. Nice job. 9.31 for Keith Crampton. Almost another PB there. It's already been 9.28. Ian Wild has just dipped into the 11s there. 11.81 at 113. That's his first ever 11-second pass. Well done, Ian. Right, Alan Lowton with Paranoia alongside Alan Schofield with Rough Diamond. Well, these two cars have paid up a lot over the past. But Alan Schofield, new owner this year, but has already put the car up for sale. He's got his eye on something else. Change of direction, as he's put it. Still got the Scud dragster as well. So target run is 8.96. 5.27. Alan Lowton goes 11.63. The crewman, Dave Schumacher, debuting this lovely slingshot this weekend. Best so far of 10.75 at 124. And Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car, 9.55. Those are the numbers on the boards. That's what they're trying to run. Yeah, the track's a bit sticky, isn't it? So, Dave and Phil heading towards the stripe. 9.53 for Phil James. Dave Schumacher goes 10.76. Almost matches his 10.75 from earlier. Just got a little bit out of shape, but gathered it up. So how distinctive is Andy Jackson with the Hammerman 2? Let's look at the numbers then. 10.83 is where Andy Jackson wants to be. And 8.14, Mark Roussel. Well, good looking runs for both of them. 8.16 for Mark Roussel, just 200s off. And 11.47 for Andy Jackson. Great job, everybody. Well done. All right, Rory Hart. Bringing Braveheart round for a run. Had that steering issue yesterday, which they've got fixed. And when I say they've got fixed, Rory, young lad, but a very talented lad indeed. And basically had to make 2 new steering joints. He went home, fabricated and produced them himself, got them back to the track, put them on the car, and he's good to go. And sent me a photograph of the front left steering arm, and completely broken, and that's why the car had this sort of like cross-eyed look with the front wheels. So he's made 2 new arms, not just the one that broke, but he's made 2 new ones. So Rory does say a big thanks to his crew for getting her back to life, and of course the track crew here for not giving him too much of a hard time. So Rory Hart then with Braveheart. Would love to get an 11-second pass, and he went 12.18 yesterday. Normally see him working in top fuel on Runefield's cars. Here he is today with a car he built himself. That lovely little Opel GT, what we're going to see this time round. Get to the strike. 12.48, 96 miles an hour. But that makes all the effort last night well and truly worthwhile, and pulls the chute as well. Well done, team. Well done, Ian. It was all worthwhile. Paul Brown with the Roadster. Joining in the fun with the Wild Bunch this weekend. Now, Paul Brown, we normally see piloting the 2-seater dragster here, the Thrill Ride. Well, that's straight as you like. 8:42, 153 miles an hour. Very nice speed there for Paul Brown. The run was so good that he went quarter of a second quicker than he'd ever been before in the car. Well done, Paul. His best coming into the weekend was 8:67. Just went 8:42. The straight, trouble-free runs are the quick ones. Well, this is a man who's a little bit frustrated, actually. Ray Irish. The vehicle wouldn't start when it was his turn to come around for eliminations. Typical that it's running absolutely fine now, which normally means one or two things. It either had a flat battery or there was a wire that had come loose somewhere. But 10:08, 129. Definitely trying to get... Oh, he's just fighting them all the way. The Al Capone supercharged Outlaw car. Trouble is, you can only test it at the racetrack. There's one thing starting a car up in the pits and that, but it's only when you engage drive and you get everything to work together in harmony is at the racetrack. You can't really do it anywhere else unless you've got your own test facility, which I don't know many people have. But frustrating day for them. But coming around next, I do believe is Robin Reed. And indeed it is a supercharged nitro Daimler powered dragster. Now, we're used to seeing top fuel cars with these 500 cubic inch motors, which is north of 8 litres. But Robin Reed does it. You know, he's not even reaching 3 litres, only just over 2.5. But does it on nitro though. It is a very small engine in the back of Robin Reed's nitro Daimler dragster. So no issues on the burnout whatsoever then for Robin Reed. Just bringing the car back and let's see what they can produce this time round. Something with a 2 in front of the speed would be absolutely incredible. The car has been 190 plus, but Robin Reed then moves the dragster up to the line. Well, he tried everything he could to keep it in his lane, but the back end was dancing around, so crossed the centre line just before the stripe. And gets the car slowed down in the shutdown area, no problem at all. But entertaining run for Robin. Yeah, they didn't take any of the blocks whatsoever. And just turns the corner at the top end. So Robin Reid, obviously no time or speed recorded. He started in the Autoglim lane and finished in the Kestrel lane. Well, unfortunately, Al Capone heading back to the pits as well. So, commiserations to them. Really tried to get that car to run today, but not quite working out the way they wanted it to. And I think Ian just dashing for the tractor. I'll tell you what, going to be down for a couple of moments. Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take it over a few minutes, we'll be back with you when we continue here at the Hot Rod Drags. Here we go again. It is Run What You Brung for a little while. But before that, Outlaw Anglia, big bracket. And we do have here Pete. Now this must be the final then. Pete Butler taking on Rob Brindle. So there will be dial-ins on this. Indeed there are. 8.90 for Rob, 11.10 for Pete. So Pete in the gold pop in the Autocomb lane will be going first. Rob Brindle will be chasing him down. So the bracket race for Outlaw Anglia is made up of the cars that either didn't qualify or got knocked out in round one. So there goes Pete, and there goes Rob Brindle in pursuit. Oh, good light. So Rob's going to get there, but he's going to take the win. Yes, he does. 9.23 at 124. A breakout. Got there second, actually, for Pete. So Rob Brindle takes the win in the bracket. So we're into Run What You Brung. Right, back again with Run What You Brung. Well, it's been fighting him. Ben Kennedy. Commiserations, Ben. It's just been one of those weekends this weekend. Lined up against Ginner. Obviously didn't make it through round one of Outlaw Anglia. But the 33 Willis is going very nicely indeed this weekend. Just running on the motor. They have got full nitrous on there as well, but just running on the motor this weekend. Goes through with 11.50 at 111. Good job from them. Well done, gang. Well, let's give it another go, Ben. Why not? Just reminds me of last weekend. We bump-started Freddie in the Pro Mod. I'd never seen that. Apparently done it before. Really? But I'd never seen it. I'd never seen it before.
I've seen him run.
That's more like it for Ben. What's he got for us then? 987, 142. Nicely done. Right. Well, if you were here earlier on, this Camaro pulled one of the biggest wheel stands we have seen. Unfortunately, at the moment, doesn't have a wheelie bar. I've got a suspicion that one will be fabricated for the next meeting it comes out at. We've got some Nostalgia Superstocks coming after this, but let's see how the rear tyres hook up on the Camaro this time. Previous runs, the wheels have just been spinning, but the last time out, the front wheels came up, and boy, oh boy, was that a wheel stand. Here we go, let's see what we got this time. Building up the boost, and hey, it stayed flat this time. Oh, that is poetry in motion, look at this. 8.39 at 163 miles an hour, best run of the weekend from them. right, Nostalgia Superstocks. So it's good when the watch shop bring their cars here for Hobson. Going alongside Dave Simcock. Flat is the target. Phil, Dave, well and truly in the 10s. And 12:27. So the hits just keep on coming. Well, my goodness me, it's certainly warmed up out there. Glorious skies above us. And a 15:62. Quickest run of the weekend. Well done, gang. We like that. When anybody sets a PB and sets their quickest runs, it's always reflected and respected. 15:62. Well done, guys. Right, Nick Hewison is in the Auto Glim lane. Now running low 10s, could tickle into a 9 here. Well, tried to get a 9, he went 10 flat. 10.007, 131.94 miles an hour. And we've got a 1470 at 100 miles an hour. In the Castro lane. Right, Scooby's Revenge, the Willis appears in the Castro lane going alongside the Brickyard Slayer. Dave Mott, one of the best looking cars that I have seen for a long time. Is what you can see, actually, the paint glistening in this sunlight. It's metal flake. And talking to David, talking about the colour scheme, it was a primer base and shades of orange and red, metal flake, lacquered, polished, beautiful. Oh, good looking run here for Dave. Got the car off the line very nicely indeed. Arrow straight as well. And trust me, that's not an easy car to keep in a straight line. 13.13 at 103. Plays a 12.03 at 106. Dave has been quicker, but that was nice. The 11-second 39 Ford appears in the Castro lane, and before this weekend it had never run an 11, and this weekend it's only running 11s. So the new transmission working a treat in that car, going alongside the 57 Chevy. And I do believe that's a manual box as well in that car. Yeah, you can hear it change. Oh, no, missed the gear actually that time. 1190 plays a 1308. Right, Simon Glenn with the straight-suited Gasser Circus car. Going alongside the primed Tri-Chevy. Just to let everybody know, I mean, let's check in the time, actually, I've looked at that for a while. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we've got a couple of hours to go over the hot rod drags. We still have the final of Outlaw Anglia to run later on. We've still got semi-finals then, finals of Gasser Circus. And I've still got plenty of run with your run. We've got a jet car that's appeared in the lanes. That'll be running in about 10 minutes' time. And it's good to see these two line up next to each other. Ain't no saint, the Volvo. Lee Johnston had a fantastic weekend. Tory in the hot seat is emblazoned on the back window, going alongside the Sprite, or as they call it, the Fright. Mark Bull, 10.06 best this weekend. This time round, 10.83 and a 10.74, and well, they're in the 10s consistently, just the wrong end of the 10s for that particular run. Well, actually, I can see Gasser Circus in the lanes. Well, I can certainly see Jason down there. So, a very good mix of vehicles. I know a lot of people are heading off home now as well. And wish you a safe journey, but obviously those are hanging around. We've still got plenty to come. So running until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Dates for your diary, actually. Don't forget, next weekend it is the national finals here at Santa Pod. We have got, unbelievably, over 325 entries for next weekend. A huge field of cars and bikes. Going to be a fantastic weekend. And this is when we sort out all of our national championships. Some of them, cars only need to appear, or bikes need to appear. Others, they're going to fight it all the way through, and we can't wait to see how the weekend pans out. Obviously, we've got our charity auction as well on Saturday night, and look forward to seeing everybody attend that. But then on Sunday, Eliminations Day, it's when we sort out who's going to be going to the SPRC Awards night to pick up a trophy. And let's see who's going to be licking their wounds and trying to put out a plan for next year. That's what it's all about next weekend at the national finals. Obviously, we've got Flame and Thunder at the end of October. Our last hurrah, if you like, it's on a Saturday. And that's when we sort out, well, we basically see who's got what left. And come down and have a good old display day, really. Best way to describe it. Okay, we've got the 100Es that have just appeared out there. Again, good showing from them this weekend. So you've got Sharon Carver on that. And Tim Evans. Well, Sharon just pulling over to the right-hand side. Tim Evans goes through with a 12.24 at 113 miles an hour. We did go quicker earlier, but unfortunately Sharon just pulled over to the right-hand side, so going to be a bit of a retrieval there. And it's sort of halfway up the track, so it's too far to bring it back to the start line, and that is a long old way to push it. So yeah, it's going to have to get the quad down from the top end to tow it away. Right, whilst that's happening, just going to rest the vocal cords. Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it away. We'll be back with you when we continue here at the Hot Rod Drags. And here goes Phil. Oh, waited a long time this time. Phil wants to see what the scoreboard say. 17-18. Nicely done, Lauren. 11:47 for Phil. So we got Carly Watts in the auto glim lane. Going alongside Simon DeVos with the Frankenstein Chevy. Now Carly Watts with the Watts Shop Dodge. 10.70 is where she'd like to be, but I've got a feeling she can go quicker. Let's see what the Challenger has got for us this time round. Simon DeVos having a really good weekend actually. Car's been running superbly. Well, targeted a 10.7, got a 10.79. Simon DeVos goes 10.31. Well, the good news is that Sharon Carver has got the car back and it's running. So give it another go. Going alongside Ian Smith with the chopped Morris Minor. Ian Smith had quite a few runs this weekend. Car going very, very nicely indeed. And goes 12.25 at 111. Sharon goes through with a 12.88. Oh, 108. Right, Ford pickup with a Chevy engine. Well, that keeps everybody happy, I suppose. Going alongside the aerodynamics of a garden shed, of course, the old school Ford there. Unchopped, unmolested, but quicker, way quicker than when it came out of the factory all those years ago. Oh, unfortunately, rolled the lights. Still going to get speed and ET, but just not the one they wanted. .1174 plays a 13.97. So Dave Chariot with the Dark Revenger. Now, is this going to be the one? Mark Huxley about to send his dad down the quarter mile one more time. Went 10.00. Did Brian in this car? Mark thinks, well, there's another 100th somewhere. Well, they found it. Trouble is, they added it on. They didn't take it away. It went 10.01. Now then, we need to go the other way with that 100th. Can we see a 9.99 from Brian Huxley in the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla? Dave Chariot on the other side of the racetrack for company. So let's will this car on to a 9. 6:33 at 106. Here comes the stripe. Oh, 10:05 at 131. That car is so consistent. But Mark, I don't know, 3 10-0s in a row. Brilliant job, but just didn't get that pesky 9. But I'll tell you what, the air may have dropped a little bit now, actually. Well, gone up, I should say, is the other way to describe it. Not as good as it was earlier. So not generate quite as much power. But nevertheless, Brian Huxley had an absolute blast this weekend. Well, this car's been running in the 8s all day long. Here comes another one. 872, 150 mile an hour at the stripe. Right, Andy Crockett brings the Willis forward. Going alongside one of the tidiest cars I think I've seen, this beautiful 67 Chevy. Picking up speed at the stripe now, actually. Went 121 miles an hour on its last pass. So it's just building up the revs on the launch, because this car, once it's sorted, will start to go very quickly indeed. Andy Crockett goes 10 flat, 136. 13:04 at 117. Well, it's the Troy and Tim show once again. Well, we got Andy Crockett's car stuck in the shutdown area. Went to take the turning, but didn't have enough momentum to get round the corner, so just going to be on a pause for a moment whilst they sort that one out. And yep, we're going to push the van back. So yeah, just going to be a couple of moments at the top end just to clear it, and then the next pair can go down. And yep, the car's gone, so we'll just make sure everything is okay at the top end, and then we can get this pair to go. Looking in the lanes, I can see, yeah, I can see Gasser Circus semi-finalist. Plenty of run with your brungers down there. And I can see Matt Wright down there as well. Very good afternoon to Matt. With the Jeep. Very, very different way of doing things. If you thought the Fugitive Dragster was a little bit different with the turbine, then he takes the turbine out of that and puts it in a Jeep. And, very entertaining indeed. So I'm just getting the word from the top end. Yeah, just I think there could be a tiny, tiny bit of fluid right at the top, but they're dealing with that. I'll tell you what, whilst we're on this pause, going to go to Nitro FM. But we will take it back shortly. I just don't know how long this one's going to be. So the radio station, if you could take it away, back with you soon. So what we got this time? 1080, 1079, 1081. It's a 990 this time. What am I back? 980 goes 990. Can we get another 9 as well? That'll be even better. 1's good, 2's better. .656 at 107. The 8th mile, and it's a 10.19 this time, 135. Against a 14.38 at 93. But Troy and Tim doing brilliantly this week. So we're good to go once again, and of course it is the Troy and Tim Show, as I'm calling it now. You like that, don't you? Not only that, this van doesn't hang about. I do like watching this. Is it going to go into the low 10s? Is it going to run a 9? Well, it's got a bit warm out there, and the air not quite as good as it was earlier, so a low 10 predicted. And a low 10 it is. 10.07 at 137 miles an hour. But once again, a lovely looking run. Well done, gang. 13.33 in the Castro Lane. But yeah, 10.07, 137. Right, folks, if you're not in a good viewing spot, I suggest you get there now. It's going to get a little bit loud. Right, so we do get things ready now for Firestorm. Roger, Helen and the team going to be putting a run in to finish off their weekend. So far this weekend, a 6.04 and a 6.03 for 2 runs. Let's see what they've got for us this time round. Oh, no. So you should be able to hear me now. Okay, so Firestorm with Roger Goring. Going to be putting a little bit of a flame show for us, and then of course Pops and Banks get a little bit fiercer as he brings the car up to the line, and then Helen will send him on his way, hopefully to another low 6-second pass. So Roger's going to wind up, turbine up even more now. The boxer banks get a little bit fierce. So Helen brings Rog up to the line then. Here we go. Rog with Firestorm. Takes it all the way through to a 5.98. Oh, absolutely superb. The weekend they've been having, a 5 was on the cards, and a 5 is what we got. 5.98, 257 miles an hour at the stripe. Congratulations to Rog, to Helen, the whole team from Firestorm. 5.98, 257 miles an hour. We like that a lot. Well, we'll just get our breath back, actually, as we get ready for continuation of our car classes. Bear with me for just one moment, and we'll be back with you. Nitro FM, if you could actually just play an advert or two, and then I'll take it back. Thanks very much indeed. So that does mean that Patrick Hobbs will get a bye into the final. So this is classed as a time trial run. And there's the 1,000-foot blocks falling over. 9.48, 134. Simon Glenn goes 10.22. Bond is in pre-stage. Keith rolls into pre-stage. Andy goes in, applying the pressure to Keith. Keith goes in. The tree counts them down and off they go. Reaction time advantage to Keith Bartlett. Andy Bond's going to have to reel him in and go past him at the stripe, and it is, oh, look at the numbers, 10.06 for Andy Bond, 10.22 for Keith Bartlett. The win margin at the stripe. Semi-finals. And there's only one car. Katie Booth not being able to make the call. She did actually throw a belt in the previous round. So it is going to be Jason Pickett on a solo, and he's going to put his spot in the final here. Now he dials 11.04. The run, 11.04. Hits his dialing. That's the way to do it. Very nice run indeed. And it's going to be a solo the other side as well. It's going to be Patrick Hobbs in the Falcon. And now this is because in the other quarterfinal, Ray Irish and Simon Glenn, Ray Irish broke. Simon Glenn got here too late. So there was nobody that took a round win. So it should have been one of those two, but no, it's going to be Patrick on his own. And he's going to book his spot in the final here. He dials in 11.30. So it's a test and tune run for him. What can he do? 11.44. So that sets out the final in Gasser Circus then. Jason Pickett and Patrick Hobbs. Right, Outlaw Anglia. The final. Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer. The Flying Fifer going alongside Ben Rushforth with Short Trip. know the Rushforth family are tuned in from home, and get well soon, I think, is the best message that I can pass on there. So Colin Miller will be going for this one. Jed Guy, who he was fighting for the title with, but Jed does a lot of work on Colin's car. They all help each other out, and everybody helping to get John Willard over here next year as well. John, if you tuned in, mate, we really hope that instead of me saying hello to you the other side of the planet, we're saying hello to you here. We really do mean that. So here we go, the final of Outlaw Anglia. And this is pretty tight, actually. Problems for Colin Miller. It's Ben Rushforth that takes the win with an 8.82. Problems for Colin there, 11.55. It didn't leave the line. Although he purged the nitrous, it didn't look like the kits were kicking in. 123 to 60 foot tells a story. But Ben Rushforth, 0.3 off the line. And he takes the win. Congratulations there to Ben. But congratulations to Colin Miller on taking the championship. So we got the gas guzzler, little Austin down there, having a lot of fun going alongside Chris Layram. So apart from the Gasser Circus final a little bit later on, it's run what you've rung for the rest of the day. But of course, we do hope to have. Let's have a look to see if we can get any more supercharged outlaws down here. Yeah, of course we can. And of course the Wild Bunch, let's not forget them. Now is 3:30 in the afternoon here. Yeah, we've still got another session of supercharged outlaws to come. Unfortunately, there's been a few breakages as the day's progressed. We'll get to those a little bit later on. But now we are good and proper into Run What You Brung. You'll see some vehicles that have been eliminated in their classes just coming down and having a play. You'll see some vehicles including the likes of Matt Wright, just for fun, and the Haley Garlic Garage squad down for another one. We're absolutely brilliant this weekend. Very nice, 984 to 136 from the Ford, 1226 at 92. So Paul Domini with the Austin, and it's pointless me saying what flavour 9-second run we're going to see here, because we know it is going to be a 9. Conditions not quite as perfect as they were earlier on, but the sun's gone in, just making the air a little bit cooler. Maybe 9.5 this time round. Well, 980 this time round, 135. And a 1222 at 109. Oh, Carly Watts down there with the Watts Shop car. 765 at 124. Against a 1307 at 104. Right, down in the Wildcat. Been in the 10.6s this weekend. 764 their best. The last actual run didn't go to plan, so they're here for another crack at it. To say they've had an up and down season is an understatement. Most of us know the story of when it went up to Melbourne and came back looking a bit battle scarred, but the team got it sorted, and the following weekend it was here for door slammers and back into the 7-second zone without any hesitation at all. Well, tyre shake off the line, and Darren moving all over his lane. Still goes 782 at 174 miles an hour. And thanks for the entertainment, guys and girls. We like that a lot. So Darren Pert with the Cortina, 782 on that run. Best this weekend of a 764. Right, something totally different then for you. Matt Wright with the turbine-powered Jeep. Yep, you heard that right. Turbine-powered. So, just bringing the car around the corner. To say it's aerodynamically challenged is an understatement. That front screen acts almost like an air brake. And how that stays in place, I do not know. One of the quietest yet strangest yet quickest vehicles you're likely to see for a while. If Matt can get this hooked up and go. But as I say, it is, without a shadow of a doubt, aerodynamically challenged with that front windscreen. Well, it sounds like, well, it doesn't sound like anything else I know anyway. Well, this is certainly a vehicle that you can only test at a drag strip. Well, if anybody ever thinks outside the box, it's Matt Wright and the guys that put these vehicles together. The Fugitive, the slingshot that had this amazing turbine engine in it before, was outstanding. It was quick, it left the line like no other. It has got so much power, it's taming it. So Matt Wright, what's he got for us this time round? Well, unfortunately, not going to be playing this time around, so they haven't got to the point of arming the chute for the run, but that's now been, that pin's now been put back in place as they push the car back. but it really is just outrageous, that vehicle. What a way to go racing. It's brilliant. I love it. Right, let's have a look in the lanes to see supercharged Outlaws making their way down. I can also see some of the watch shop cars down there as well, so you've got some nostalgia superstockers to come. Obviously, we've got Run What You Brung there as well. There's Matt Wright going to be towed back to the pits, but all I can say is to Matt and the team, thanks for building such incredibly outrageous vehicles. Makes life very, very entertaining indeed. Well, all I can say is commiserations, Matt. Yeah, congratulations, Matt. Thanks for bringing such an amazing vehicle to us. Sorry you didn't get the run in this time, but at least we did see it go down the track earlier. And without people that have your vision and craziness, then half of these weird and wonderful vehicles that we see at the drag strip wouldn't exist. So we're just getting his helmet off and his hands device and everything. Right, okay, so frustrating for Matt, frustrating for all of us. But you should know that when that car is sorted, that is going to be entertaining with a capital E. Looking into the lanes, Roy Wilding has made it down. He's had 7:06. A superb run again in Supercharged Outlaws. But we've had two cars that have run their first ever sixes this weekend. That, of course, Robbie Grabham and Wayne Allman. So Matt just been towed back to the pits. Well, as Matt goes in front of the grandstand, show your appreciation for a guy that just does not stop trying at all. Well, Matt, I know you'll be back. I know that car will run, and I know it's always going to be entertaining, just not today, but at least we have seen it run. And as I say, keep the craziness coming, mate. Please do. So you've got Dave Simcock then appearing in the Kestrel beer lane. And Phil Hobson with old Scalabolts appears in the Autoglim lane. One looking for a 12, one looking for a 10. I should say 12 flat and a 10.12 to be precise. And a 10.28 and a 12.29 for those two. The watch shop. So we're back into Run What You Brung. There's a few wild bunches that are starting to appear in the lanes now. I can see Alan Schofield is down there with Rough Diamond. let's give you a time check. I haven't got a clue where we are today. 3:45 in the afternoon. Got about an hour and 15 to go. Of a very, very enjoyable hot rod drags once again. One of my favourite events of the year, got to say that. So those two go through there, 11:58 and 13:73. So this beautiful 67 Nova coming round the corner. I do like that car so much. That's way better. 12.91 at 117. Best run of the weekend. Just building the confidence, building the runs. And the numbers will come. 117 miles an hour. Has been a little bit faster at the stripe, but 12.91. It's coming. It's a-coming. Well, we're just looking over in the lanes. There might be a little gap between each pairing as they come round at the moment. But we're just gathering cars in the lanes. Well, Roy Wilding is pretty much set and ready to go. He's got the starter attached to the slingshot. We all know what he wants to do. A best so far of a 7:06 this weekend, which in fact is a PB for him. He went 198 miles an hour as well on that last run. His PB is 199. Roy would absolutely love to get a 200 mile an hour run in, and he would love to run a 6. Is it going to happen this afternoon, or are we going to have to wait until next year before that opportunity comes around again? The only other car I can see down there is Alan Schofield with Rough Diamond. Alan has had plenty of track time this year, not only with Rough Diamond, but with the Scud Dragster as well. Having a good time. Loves his racing. Came here from the world of sidecar racing, unbelievably. But saw the light, realised that you can have fun in a straight line instead of taking yourself and a passenger around places like the Isle of Man. Yeah, that's how mad he is. But now we've got him, I don't think he's going anywhere else now. Loves the life at the drag strip. I think I can see Paul Domini's car in the lanes as well, so he'll be down for Run What You Brung. And we're just looking to see who's going to flinch first, actually. Could be Paul. But the bizarre thing is, as soon as I throw it over to Nitro FM, one of these cars is going to start up, and I'll be going, why did I do that? But one thing is for sure, it's been a brilliant hot rod drags again this year. Yep, it is. It's Paul Domini that is coming round the corner. The 640. Coming round into the Kestrel lane. just looking at various media messages that are coming in. Dave Rushforth basically says, big well done to Ben. Thanks for the mentions. Think I may be redundant now. No, Dave, you just get yourself fit and we'll get you back. Pete Franklin, basically the reason for the Matt Wright turbine car to not run properly, couldn't get the idle down enough to get it into gear, so a bit frustrating from him. Don't forget, Blackett Photography are here this weekend. I've been taking pictures all weekend long, and they got some amazing shots. And also got pictures of the Jeep as well. So certainly pop over to the studio for your pictures. A little bit of hush. Right, someone's appeared in the lanes. I think it's that Chevy again, actually. Just come straight back down for another run. Yeah, let's do it again. So obviously the lanes are very quiet indeed at the moment. Well, if you've got opportunities to get plenty of runs in, now is the time. And this 67 Nova just put in a very nice run. And gets straight back in the lanes, comes to the front and goes, oh, I'll tell you what, I'll have another go. So let's see how he gets on this time. Confidence on the launch will make the run go sweet. Oh, just rolled through stage, so just going to pull him back. .19 at 108. Well, I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take it back. I've got nothing in the lanes. Oh, no, forget that. I think Royal Wilding is about to fire up. Yeah, there's a flurry of activity around the slingshot. So yeah, Royal Wilding about to start up, ready for Supercharged Outlaws. Their final session of the weekend. See, that always happens when you're just about to throw over to the radio station, something starts up. But luckily I caught that one in time. Well, Royal Wilding, I mean 7:06 with a 0. Can he find those 600s? Can he find 2 mile an hour? We really do wish him all the best on that quest. Is it going to happen now? Well, good, strong burnout from Roy. He didn't have to go a long way as well. He went up to the 8th mile, basically. But now bringing the car back. Some drivers do longer burnouts, not necessarily just to get more heat in the tyres, but as the car comes back, monitoring engine temperature as well. Obviously monitoring oil pressure. And sometimes by having that engine run just that little bit longer, just builds up the heat. And gets at that sweet spot for the run. So what have they tuned this car to run? The car has been very consistent. He's got the track to himself. Well, we've had 2 supercharged Outlaws run their first 6s this weekend. Are we getting up 3rd? But let's just wish Roy all the best. Oh, he's had to pedal the car. That's a shame. Clicks it early, 8:15 at 116 miles an hour. He was 114. Brilliant job from the whole team this weekend. 114 to the 60 foot. 472 at 149 at the 8th, but the car was wandering around already by then. And so Roy clicked it early, 8:15 at 116 miles an hour. They were going for it, no question about that. Right, let's have a look to see. Ian Merriweather going to be going alongside Des Taylor. Well, we do actually have dial-ins for the supercharged Outlaws. Here in Merriweather looking for an 8.20, Des Taylor looking for a 7.5. So it is the Thunder God going outside Banzai. So target numbers then, as you can see on the scoreboards. Des 750 has already been 768. Ian Merriweather 820. His quickest so far this weekend is 8:09. Well, both of them bouncing around a little bit, but getting it hooked up at the second half of the track. Des goes 780, Ian goes 930. 2 entertaining good runs there. So into be the final, actually. It is. It's Gasser Circus final. Jason Pickett and Patrick. So Patrick Hobbs, let's have a look at Patrick. He lines up in the Kestrel beer lane. When he appears, we'll get his dial-in, 11.40. Jason Pickett dialing in, 11.04. This is the final of Gasser Circus. Then after that, it's pretty much Run What You Brung and Wild Bunch to come after that. So the final, who's going to lift the trophy for Gasser Circus? Jason Pickett. I believe it's his first final. In actual fact, it's Patrick's first final. He's only taken hold of the car this year. Jason's only had his a couple of years. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. So it's 11.40 playing 11.04. It's a breakout for Patrick Hobbs. It's Jason Pickett that takes the win. Congratulations to Jason, commiserations to Patrick. That is Gasser Circus wrapped for 2022. On to the Wild Bunch. Back with you just 1 second. Right, so just getting their numbers up on the boards there. 13.30 for James Auld. Alan Schofield, 8.96. Don't forget, the Rough Diamond is up for grabs if you want to buy it. And it's not a huge sum of money either. Oh, 3 light for James. Very nicely done. Gets the 13.27. Alan goes 8.98 on an 8.96. Well, it's a consistent car. And they're enjoying it. Right, next up it is Sonic Attack number 2. The Wide Bunch, as we like to call them. Yeah, I know. Don't you start, Vinny. Don't you start. Going alongside Rich Butcher, the 4th Dimension Slingshot. So Rich is keen, ready to go. Steve just goes in. Off we go. $11.03, not bad on a 10.90. I'll take that one. And a 12.58 on a 12.30 there for Rich. Paranoia and Beasting, your next pair. Well, I think the air has just got that little bit better this afternoon now. A little bit of cloud cover. A bit of crosswind as well, so at least it's not a headwind. So Bob Morgan with the Beasting. And of course, Alan Lowton with Paranoia. 10 flat plays a 10.19. That's their target numbers. Just on hold for a moment. I think possibly because that grey thing above us is maybe just holding a few grains of water at the top end. So I'm just going to see how that one pans out. Going to blow over. But just on pause for a moment. Well, nobody's going anywhere, which is good. And that's fact. I've been told to start up again, so good news. So 10.19 and 10 flat are the targets. Beasting's definitely going to get their first go. 10.22, only 300ths off, nicely done. 11.60 for Paranoia. Right, let's see who comes around the corner next. Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Going alongside Skippy with Chasing Time. Skip looking for a 9.66, Jim looking for a 9.86. I think Skip's going to get there first. Gets a 9.64, just 200ths off. And how about Jim? He's only 300ths off. Very, very good run indeed. Ian Wild with the Wildcat up next. Going alongside, I love that little car. That is Dan Wilson with Antique Toy. Okay, so Dan Wilson and Ian Wild, 10.17 plays 12.11. Dan goes through with a 10.29 and a 12.44 for Ian. Right, listen up in the pits. If you are in Run What You Brung, it's not so much as a time thing, it's more of a weather thing. We've got this cloud system that's above us at the moment. We need to get you in the lanes as soon as, because we don't know how much longer we're going to stay dry. So if you want to get your final runs of the day, and suggest you get into the lanes as soon as. I know the time is 4:10, but we don't know if the weather radar is going to be as friendly as we hope. So Brad Cooper and Gavin Meanley. Getting close to the strike. 10.91 for Brad Cooper. Gavin goes 12.29. Ken, great weekend. Well, to Ken and to Brad, great weekend, guys. You take it easy over that wall as well. Well done, Ken. Right, how about this then? Gonzo the Great. Pretty much every pass this weekend has been north of 170 miles an hour. Set a new PB of 7.60. What have we got this time round? Gonzo the Great. Gonzo even greater now. Outstanding. 763, 171 miles an hour again. As you say, terminal velocity I think has been reached by Alan Lloyd. Ian, what a great weekend for you. Great weekend for the team. Very, very good job indeed. Rory Hart then with Braveheart. He's had a busy weekend. Had to go home and fabricate some parts. But achieved with his usual attention to detail. A little bit frustrating, I think, that trying to get this one in. So Paul Brown then looks like he's going to be on his own with the barbecue roadster. And the reason we call it that is when he does the burnout, it's just the smoke. It just comes pouring out the cockpit. It looks like he's cooking in there. And it's an affectionate name that we give it. Target time then, 8:25 for Paul. Chris, 8:39, good job. Right, and the Hammerman 2. Going alongside Phil James. So 10.83 the target for Andy. Phil 9.55. 22 place at 9.57. Very well done indeed there for Phil. Being very consistent this weekend. Keith Crampton, the Saltown Shaker, goes alongside the crewman. Of course, that's Dave Schumacher. Making his Wild Bunch debut this weekend, a best so far of 10.75. You never know, this could be another PB run for them. Once again, a call out into the pits if you're planning to do a run with your brung run don't leave it to the last minute. We have, although it doesn't look like it, there is on the radar. We don't know how much longer the track's going to stay dry for. Forecast a few spots of rain, and of course, if that happens, we're not obviously going to dry it off with less than 45 minutes to go. So if you are in Run What You Brung, suggest you get your last runs in as soon as possible. There goes Dave Schumacher, and of course Keith Crampton, 10:50 and 9:38, the target numbers. $11.73 plays a 9.87. So the ball breaker slingshot of Mark Cousel. I can see Rob and Pete Brown tucked round the corner. And going to be Mark on his own, actually. So Mark Cousel, 8.14 is the target for him. Been running pretty close to that this weekend, to be honest. .816, nicely done again. Very, very good runs indeed this weekend for Mark and for Steve, Anna, the whole lot. So Mark Cousel turns round the corner at the top end. So we've just got Rob and Pete Brown in the wild bunch to go. And got Brian Huxley in the lanes. Oh. Right, just to let everybody know that the pairing lanes will close in just over 10 minutes time. Most people have packed up anyway, but if you need to get your last runs in, we're going to close the lanes just around about 4:30 this afternoon. But tell you what, it's been a brilliant Hot Rod Drags as the Watch Shop gang head off home. Thanks ever so much indeed for some great entertainment from you lot this weekend. Here doing some laps around Rebel. So just a tiny bit more sledding. Tell you what, Nitro FM, if you could just take it just for a moment. Don't think it'd be for long, but we'll take it back when we run the last few cars. So we're back once again, and it is the Wild Bunch, and it is Rob Brown and Pete Brown. Just a reminder, the pairing lanes will close in about 8 minutes' time, so if you want to get your final runs in, there's hardly anybody left in the pits anyway. So if you are planning on getting one more run in, get yourselves into the lanes now. Wrathchild and Rebel, the last pair in the Wild Bunch. And then I hope it is going to be a solo for Rory Hart. So 11:33 is the target for Wrathchild, 8:56 the target for Rebel, 8:59 and 11:56. Well, Rebel the nearer of the two on their chosen numbers. But a great job from everybody in the Wild Bunch this weekend, including this young man, Rory Hart, with the Opel GT, hailing from the late 60s. And the target number 11.90. .147 to 60 foot. At the 8th, 8:32 at 77. And at the stripe, 13:42 at 92 miles an hour. Well done, Rory. I'll say somebody was doing a big old burnout underneath the tower. Aaron Bird with the pop from Outlaw Anglia, going alongside the pickup. Of course, the F100 1960 this vehicle is from. Do the maths, 62 years ago. At 108 and 1384 at 94. Now this is the really bizarre thing, right? I'll tell you what, if you take the age of Troy and Tim Bull, add it to the age of Mark Huxley, you still won't reach the number of years that Brian Huxley has been on this planet. The 80-year-old, what's he got? Can we get that 9? Now is the time. I'll tell you what, tried absolutely everything. .10.06, 130 miles an hour. Full respect to the Huxleys. But how many 10.0s has that car run this weekend? Oh, so close to the 9s. And I think Brian has had an absolute blast, and he'll be remembering this weekend for a while. well, the last 2 weekends actually, because we had a Pro ET final at the European finals, Huxley versus Huxley, and considering there was 45 cars trying to qualify for a 32 car field, and it ended up with the brothers racing each other for the win. It was pretty good. 11:45 and 12:66, and I've got empty pairing lanes, and unless anybody legs it down in the next 3 minutes, I think we could be done. So we'll just wait and see. But it's been an absolute brilliant hot rod drags this year. I know I've done a few of these, but the last 3 years especially, with the the COVID period and continuing on from there, this event has just been absolutely top draw. We've had fantastic numbers being run by so many people. The vibe of this event is absolutely superb. The display of cars that people bring to this event is great. Run What You Brung is outstanding. And then the race classes themselves. Outlaw Anglia, the Supercharged Outlaws, Gasser Circus, even the 100Es, Nostalgia Superstockers, even though they're not running ladders and eliminations, they come down and they support the event. The one-off vehicles that come down and put on a show for everybody. And also your live entertainment in the evenings as well. It's just been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One of my favourite events of the year. I'm not allowed favourites, but you know what? I'm going to say it. Sod it. 3 years in a row, Hot Rod Drags has been my favourite event. I really do enjoy this one. I just love the vibe of it. It's chilled out. A huge thanks to the NSRA, of course. Without them, this event wouldn't happen, basically. But big thanks to everybody of the NSRA, and of course 50 years the NSRA are celebrating this year. They had an amazing event at Old Warden this year. I do aim to get down to that next year as well. And of course we got the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Awards when the NSRA get inducted into that. So just waiting for the final nod. Has anybody made it? Okay then, so nobody else has come down into the lane. So we are done for the day. A huge thank you to absolutely everybody that's been part of this weekend. I managed to get most of the thank yous out, but again, to our track crew, to everybody involved at the pod here, thank you ever so much indeed to them. Kept everything going, gave everybody an amazing racetrack. Royal Wilding has just been up to say a big thank you, not only to the track crew and the NSRA, but also the pit marshals as well, the top end crew, the turnout crew. Everybody has been exceptional this weekend. Ian, well done buddy, thanks ever so much indeed. You and your team keep everything going, and of course thanks to all of our spectators, thanks to our photographers, and of course Nitro FM 96.2. thank you ever so much indeed for your support as well this weekend. I wish you all a very safe journey home. Just a reminder, I don't think you need reminding, but it is bank holiday tomorrow, so wherever you do watch everything on television, because nothing's going to be open, so it's pointless going anywhere else. So have a as good a day as you can tomorrow. I'm going to sign off, say thank you very much indeed. Good night, everybody. And national finals next weekend if you can make it. If not, we'll see you soon. Thanks so much.